be something good this way. Might be something good this way. Let's go this way. Enemy spotted. Energy ammo here. Light ammo here.
I could use that.
Sniper stock here. Level 3. You're in their sights. Let's go this way.
I say we move this way.
Listen up. Got sniper ammo here.
Thank you.
Energy ammo here. Eyes on here. spotted.
Let's go that way.
SMG here. Energy ammo here.
Deep.
Evo shield here. Level 2.
Let's go that way.
Let's relocate here.
Might be something good this way.
Shield battery here. Might be something good this way.
Energy ammo here. Enemy hostile spotted.
Let's go this way. Let's go this way. Let's go this way.
Extended
Extended lane mag here.
Let's go this way.
Got one of them.
Might be something good this way. Let's explore this way. Might be something good this way. Hostile spotted. Let's explore this way. Listen, let's move here. way.
Let's explore this way.
Target spotted. Volt SMG here. Barrel stabilizer here. Level 3.
Target spotted. Hostile spotted.
Might be something good this way.
Heard that. Hostile over there. Let's go this way. Shield cell here. Hostile right here. Target over there.
Let's go that way.
Let's explore this way. Target over there.
Enemy
Might
spotted.
be something good. Let's go this way. Might be something good this way. Cancel that. Hostile over there.
Hostile spotted.
Let's go this way.
Hostile over there.
Let's go this way.
Enemy over there. Hostile spotted.
Shield cell here.
Enemy over there. Enemy spotted. Hostile over there. RE-45 here.
Hostile spotted.
I spotted the enemy.
Hostile close.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 3.
Let's go this way.
Let's go
Contact.
here.
Let's explore this way.
We should move here. Let's go here. Allons-y. Let's go that way.
Enemy
I
over
spotted
there.
an enemy.
Enemy spotted.
Let's go this way. Let's explore this way.
Through here recently.
Enemy spotted.
Let's go this way.
Hostile spotted.
Contact with target.
Might be something good this way.
Hostile spotted. We should go here.
Let us go this way.
Let's go this way. card. Let's go this way. Hostile over there. There's a jump tower over there. Let's go this way.
Let's move here. Enemy agent over there. 지나무 밖에.
Let's go this way. Allons-y. Target spotted.
Got one of them. Far.
Let's explore this way. Never mind. We should go here. Enemy spotted. Let's go this way. Cancel that. Let's go there.
Watching here. They're far. I see one.
Might be something good. Forget that. Enemy spotted. Cancel that. Let's go this way. Forget that. Hostile right here. Never mind.
Enemy over there.
Come on, this way.
Let's explore this way. Cancel that.
I see an enemy over there.
Time to pick a fight. Let's explore this way. Let's go here.
One of them over there. Enemy agent over there. 지나는 못 봤겠지. Let's move here.
Might be something good this way. Never mind. Let's go that way.
Enemy spotted over there. Prepare yourself. We have an enemy. Let's relocate here.
Open supply bin over here. Forget that. Target over there. I still cancel that. Might be something good this way. Let's go this way.
Let's move here. Let's relocate here.
Let's explore this way. Might be something good this way. Never mind. Let's explore this way. Enemy spotted.
Hostile close. Enemy over there. Target over there. Target spotted. Enemy spotted.
Let's go this way.
I've spotted an enemy.
Heavy ammo here.
Enemy spotted.
Hostile close. Target over there. Contact with target.
Target over there. Looking at.
Hostile close.
Hostile over there.
Enemy in sight.
Hostile over there.
Hostile spotted. Got a live one out there. Hostile spotted. Enemy over there.
Out this way.
Ultimate accelerant here. Found a mobile respawn beacon.
Let's move here.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 4.
shield cell here. Optics here. Sniper.
Shield battery here. Dibs. Might be something good this way. Optics here. Mid-range. Let's go this way.
Let's transfer to this spot. I got eyes on one of them over there.
Contact. Might be something good this way. Hostile
Something
spotted.
good this way.
Enemy spotted.
Danger. Move. Not safe here.
Target over
Let's go
there.
this way. Evo shield here. Level 2.
Enemy spotted.
Target over there.
Brothers, let's move this way.
Danger move. You're in a kill zone. Others died there. It's not safe here.
Let's go. Let's go this way. Care package over there.
Ultimate accelerant here. SMG ammo here.
Target spotted.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 2.
Let's go this way. This way. Let's go.
Hostile over there.
Target spotted. Hostile spotted.
Target over there.
Care package over there. Cancel that. Enemy spotted. Contact with target. Making contact with enemy.
Optics here. Close range. Target over there. Hostile over there.
Contact with target. You're being aimed at. Let's go this way.
Let's go here.
Mobile respawn beacon here.
Over there.
Light ammo here.
Dibs. Energy ammo here. Extended light mag here. Level 3.
I could use that.
Energy ammo here.
Open supply bin over here. Energy ammo here. There's an extended energy mag here. So, like a capacitor. I get it. Level 2. Let's explore this way. Let's explore this way.
Let's relocate here. Let's move here. Let's transfer to this spot. I see an enemy over there. 조심해! Enemy spotted far!
Might be something good this way. Let's explore this way.
Let's relocate here.
Let's go this way. Forget that.
They're far. I see one.
Target spotted.
Got one of them. Far. Ultimate accelerant here.
I could use that. Heavy ammo here. Let's go here. Allons-y.
Let's move here. Let's move here.
Let's go here. Allons-y.
Let's transfer to this spot.
Let's explore this way. Let's go this way. Cancel that. Let's explore this way. Something good this way.
We should move here. I take that back.
Enemy spotted over there.
Hostile over there. Forget that. Listen, let's move here. Cancel that.
We should move here. Pardon, I take that back.
I've got eyes on one of them over there.
I spotted an enemy.
I believe it's this way.
I spotted an enemy.
Let's go this way. Hostile over there. Let's go this way. Let's explore this way. See over there. Let's go this way.
Let's relocate here.
Allons. I see an opponent.
Target over there.
Yeah, enemy spotted.
The enemy is here.
Heavy ammo.
Enemy over there.
Explore this way. Never mind.
Let's relocate here. Got one of them. Far. Over here. 빨리 가자.
We should go here. Hostile right here. Let's go this way. Target spotted.
Ultimate accelerant here.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E, Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Apex Legends. Series E.
Series E Apex Legends.
Series E Apex Legends starts right now. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week of qualifiers here at Series E. I'm Jet Set Jamerson, joined once again by Tom T Squared Taylor, and now we are moving on to week 2 of qualifiers, like I said. And Tom, how excited are you for this week of qualifiers?
Yeah, last week was absolutely insane. We had Team Zeratricky going up against Solifide. You had Aim Assist popping in there, potentially taking the spot, but it ended up being Solifide, and I can't wait to see who qualified for this week and who made it to the finals.
Yeah, just to get some work out of the way. And so it looks like Team Solifide did actually give up their spot. They disbanded as a roster, and so they gave it up to Aim Assist. And you know what? I can't argue with that. Aim Assist did such a great job last week, Tom.
Yeah, it's interesting. More money, more problems, as they say. I'm not sure if they could figure out who was getting all the Apple Jacks or who was getting all the Cheez-Its or how that was going to go down. And they're like, you know what? That's it. I'm backing out. I'm giving this to Aim Assist. But Aim Assist is a very well-deserving team, and there's still a lot of teams out there going to be fighting for a spot and that deserve a spot. So it's going to be a very exciting day.
Yeah, so Team Aim Assist, will be joining one of our Series E partners. And so what are they going to be? Team Razor, Team Intel? We will find out at the end of the qualifiers, but we still have 8 more partners that we need teams for. And so that's why we've got 3 more weeks of qualifiers. So let's go ahead and talk about how they become a partner.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, we've been doing these weeklies for quite some time, but the stakes have just gotten that much higher. Yes, you can win cash prizes, but it's all about getting into Series E. And how do you do so? You have a great series of games, 5 games here in the final match. Your typical ALGS point scoring system, first place 12 points, going all the way down to 0 points for 16th through 20th. And then that ever important kill point that you can get either picking someone off or wiping an entire squad of 3. Those become very handy. Typically, the teams with the most kills tend to be the teams that are also getting the placement points as well, because they kind of go hand in hand.
That's right. And so after 5 matches, when the dust settles, that's when we're going to crown our next Series E partner, Series E team. And so that's going to be super exciting. Really excited for this. This is the semi-pro kind of league for Apex Legends. That's the route that a lot of these players will be able to take. What are they playing for? Well, of course, that partnership with one of our great partners. And that means you'll get $500 a month in salary to play. You'll be able to prove yourself amongst your peers throughout a regular season. And you're going to be able to build your brand. That kind of $500 here or there, right, is going to help out immensely for a lot of these teams and a lot of these players that are striving to go pro, that are looking to turn heads and get the attention of, well, let's talk about maybe Immortals. Some teams that are, some organizations that aren't in Apex Legends proper right now.
Yeah, well, let's start with the sponsors, Jameson, and also special thanks to EA. Jameson, what are the sponsors? Do you have them memorized yet?
Yeah, so we do have 9 partners that we're working with, and so we'll find out who's going to be representing Team Intel, Team Razor, Team Rockstar, Team Applejacks, and of course, we got Team Cheez-It, Pringles, Rice Krispies, Pop-Tarts, and Nestle Pure Life. So all these teams are looking to be represented. It's about which trio will go ahead and partner with them to become their kind of brand representatives. So this is a really fun opportunity for a lot of these teams, and especially for a lot of these players who might not, have that kind of experience working with brands, working on a team, and having that kind of support. These are the 20 teams that will be competing today. And of course, just beforehand, we had another 5-game qualifier, 3 rounds. 60 teams got cut down to the top 20 here. And so we're seeing a lot of returning names. TSS was one squad that was definitely representing last week, going toe-to-toe up against some of the great names in our lobby.
Yeah, also aim assist is not OP. They're back. You're going to have more teams in here like Dirty Dan, Protectful Rambo, and Kubski. Those are teams that you got to watch out for. Girth, happy birthday to him. Happy Girth Day not too long ago, a couple days ago. Yogo Stomp, they were in there, and Yo-Yo had his name in the kill feed numerous times. You look at ERG, they won the last game, game number 5, before we ended up sending off week number 1. That's going to be Exile, Oso Rated R, and then Z Davis. Solafide's back. You have Simply, RKN, Zenile, and Naughty. That's a very dangerous team. So a lot of the teams that were here last week are returning because they want to go and get that spot, but also a lot of new names as well. So curious to see who's going to be the team that kind of stands out in terms of these dark horse teams like we saw with aim assist, not OP, actually doing so well last week. Like you mentioned, a couple other squads that caught us by surprise. I was expecting to see more teams inside of the top 5. They kind of fell out and took these 4th, 5th spots. So I'm curious to see who's going to do that.
Yeah, of course, we do have to mention, of course, Team Zara Tricky, Mr. Haculo, and Mercy Only going back-to-back in games number 1 and 2, and they just kind of let up on the gas and weren't able to close it out. They were super close. Aim Assist came up doing clutch things. We're not going to be seeing Aim Assist. Remember, we talked about it. Solafide decided to change up their roster because of the rules. They had to, I don't know exactly what happened there, but they are going to be competing once again. That's Solafide. I believe they're adding on Clarify, which, funny enough, I accidentally made a mistaken tweet and added Clarify. Congratulations, you made Series E. But we'll see if he can do it this week. We already got game number 1 set underway. We're doing World's Edge all 5 games. The competitors love World's Edge, so I'm glad we're doing the 5 games here, Tom.
Yeah, World's Edge is great. I love it. You love to see it. The map changes are fantastic going into season 6. Best map changes we've seen out of any of the seasons so far. So it's just always been competitive. It's always been balanced, and it's what people are comfortable with. It seems to be the ring pulls are a lot more favorable and less RNG. I would say in Kings Canyon, you have these zones, and you've seen tweets about them where a lot of them are really far outside, and there's not much real estate to work with, and you end up doing some crazy stuff over towards the gauntlet side. But I really am happy to see what's going on right now. I think we have a great infrastructure. I think that the Apex players love to see this. And I also like the rules where if you have a team change, you have to go and kind of replay here. It shouldn't be, you go in and qualify into Series E with those players, and then all of a sudden you make one change and then that person gets left out. So big fan of this, and Solafide obviously making a move for the long term. They're not looking to just qualify. They want to have a team that's going to be something going forward into Series E that they're going to have a lot of confidence with. So that's why they're making this change, and we'll see if it works out for them.
Yeah. So once again, I want to shout out another partner of ours. Thank you to EA, who has been working with us to make all of this possible. Having the support of the competitive gaming division at EA to be able to do this for you guys. It's awesome. We had a little bit of a lull after the finals there for Summer Circuit. And so now we're going to be able to continue to provide you guys more Apex Legends content. And, these might not be your TSMs and your rogues and stuff, but these players, they are coming out and they have a lot to prove. So you have to be ready for some 5 exciting games here for Series E week number 2. We're going to crown one more Series E partner team. And I don't know. It's so hard to tell. Who are they going to be partnered with? That's the other thing that we're going to be working with our teams. We've got some questionnaires for them to fill out, and we're going to do some sort of like personality test. It's going to be like a BuzzFeed personality test here. Which team are you going to represent in Apex Legends?
Yeah, are you like an ENJTF or whatever it is? I'm not quite sure, but one thing's for sure is any one of those partners to be on any one of those teams is going to be fantastic. So I really love what we have going on here, and I'm really excited to get these games underway. But one of the things that I want to talk about in regards to EA and Respawn, what they're doing is, did you see the tweet about Pathfinder? I think that Pathfinder is going to get his low profile removed, and Grapple is going to go from 35 to 25. Saw that not too long ago on social media, and I think that's going to be a great change. I think that's going to make him a little bit more viable, because we've seen ever since he's been changed and then Crypto and Bloodhound get buffed, the nerf to Pathfinder just kind of makes him obsolete. So maybe we'll see some Pathfinders flying around grappling and more zip lines being used. I'm really excited about that change.
At this point, I feel like low profile might just need to be completely removed, right? Who else is it on now? It's still just Watson and Wraith.
Lifeline.
So, no, I believe they removed it from Lifeline, didn't they? I don't know.
Maybe,
I could be
yeah.
wrong.
Wraith, for
This
sure.
was a while ago. This was like 6 months ago or something like that. But it just didn't make any sense, especially with like low profile on a 7'6" robot, right? Like,
Yeah.
it didn't make much
Well, he
sense
used to
to
be
me
Swiss cheese,
at
right?
all.
He
Oh
used to be
yeah, he
Swiss
did.
cheese
That
back in season
was
1, season 2. There were certain skins you could shoot him, and the bullets would just go right through him. But a lot of quality of life updates, hopefully coming very soon. And still, the game is most competitive as it's ever been. Definitely a lot of changes, a lot more aggressive play, a lot of rats being disposed of. Before, you would be able to rat it out and get into these top 4, top 5 situations, make it to the final circle, but not anymore. If you're a solo, you just get wiped out immediately because of the fact that Bloodhound scans are coming left and right, crypto drones flying around, EMPs are coming in hot. So it's tough when your teammates die, and it's very important to keep everybody around. And it's also very important to keep key members of your team alive, right? You don't want your Gibraltar going down first if you're playing on a Bloodhound composition. You want to try to keep your crypto and your Wraith alive if you're going to be rocking that comp with Watson. So it's very important to keep all these things in mind when you go in team fight.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, so many different ways to gather information now. The recon classes just really dominating, and I like how the meta has been shooken up. I still miss, of course, my boy Pathfinder. It still feels weird playing him. I just now have to full commit. I die more, but it's okay. It's okay. Hopefully, we do maybe see him come back into the meta, or if not, that's fine. Just because we are seeing such a nice diversity, having about 4 or 5 legends that are being played. What was it beforehand? There was a lot of like Gibraltar Caustics. Not seeing the Caustics anymore. Caustics died out.
Yeah,
so we'll see.
Yep.
There was an idea. I don't know if you saw that Nice Wig thread about what would you like to see in a tournament. Someone came up with kind of like a lottery of legends being picked before every single round. Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
would be
I think that would
awesome.
be pretty fun. What I'm really looking forward to is the day that Bangalore gets just a little bit stronger. She's always been fairly weak ever since she had that one change, reverted back where I think it was 45% speed to 35% speed in her double down or double whatever that is when she gets seen. I really think that if she could get some sort of buff, then she would just be such a strong character to play, and it would be really exciting to see another aggressive assault character in the mix, because our boy Shiv, for example, is just waiting for that day to come, and I'm really excited for that. We saw it happen with Gibraltar. I think the Gibraltar changes were phenomenal. We didn't see much Gibraltar back in the day in competitive. He was always that clunky character that nobody wanted to play, but once you give him such a kit, like the bubble healing, like the faster res inside the bubble, etc., maybe Bangalore can get something where maybe she's in the smoke and she gets a faster res. We've seen amazing lifeline changes. I think that we're due for something along the lines, and I've been really excited to see how the changes have been implemented. For example, like a Bloodhound player, we saw Reptar and Complexity playing Bloodhound before the recon buff, and all of a sudden now everybody's playing Bloodhound. We even saw Amos switch off Pathfinder to Bloodhound when they wanted to go and make the run last week. So already into game number 1, and we already have some death, Jamerson.
Ooh, boy, and this is where we saw a lot of fighting going on last week as well. And so let's go ahead and head into game number 1 of Series E. As it looks like this is not a great start. Stay Naughty, one of the champions from last week, but of course changing up rosters, playing with the Niles, playing with Arcane, but not right now as they're both knocked. It's just Naughty here with that wingman, doesn't connect with the shots, and he will go down. We're upgrading the way you play with all new EA desktop app. We'll get right back into that. There we go. All right, back on board here as, the squad does get wiped, and it is going to be TSS taking this fight. And I'm trying to remember who they continued to fight here last week.
Yeah, it could have been the same team. I'm not quite sure. And these guys don't give up. They'll continue to come and land at that spot over and over again. We've seen them in the weeklies. We've seen them in the new Nerd Street Gamer tournament where they just continually dropped Cage over and over again. And they're very aggressive. It'll catch you off guard. The amount of pressure that they put on you, they'll even challenge when they're one shot, but it's because they're so confident. But taking a look at a nice little wall hop over here, making their way underneath the train tunnel, maybe making their way over towards Harvester as we maybe try to get a look at what this zone pull is if we can look at the map. But we're looking at Protectful, Kubsky, Rambo, Dirty Dan. They're over at Harvester side, and Harvester's a great landing spot. You get some solid stuff over there, but this is why they made their way over towards the train tunnel. It's the jackpot over here, Jamerson.
Backpack back here.
Yeah, and you can't imagine too many people are rotating through this connector tunnel. Not too many people, of course, really drop over by Harvester, and so you don't have to worry about that northern rotation. But right now, it doesn't look like they have the map info. They weren't able to get a beacon. We saw it just beforehand with the team over at Epicenter. It continued to pull north, and so it might be that survey camp ending that we saw last week, essentially, in the exciting game number 5, where Aim Assist went on that crazy run, knocking out, what was it, the ranked 1, ranked 2, and ranked 3 in the lobby. Right now, though, we still have 19 squads left here, Tom, but it looks like a fight's breaking out, and this is just north of Sorting Factory. Teenage, Tempest, and Hill, they're going to get scanned. Just barely not, actually. Or that might have been Tempest's scan, actually. Never mind. So Teen's going to be able to back away here. Prowler and R301. That's one of my favorite gun loadouts. How about yourself?
That's actually what my kill record is on. I think it's 24 kills. It's Prowler and the Select Fire, obviously, and the R301 with the 2X. Big fan of the 2X. Big fan of the digital threat on the Select Fire Prowler, and even the Burst Prowler, extremely strong. But had an opportunity to team with 2/3 of that team with Teen and Tanner Slay when we played in the TSM Invitational, and then teamed with Tempest and Tech in one of the ALGS tournaments. And both players extremely solid individually. They're more on the soft-spoken side, but their communication is going to be calm, clear, and collected, and that's one of the good things for these guys. They're very similar in the way that they call out. So I feel like they're going to be on the same page more often than not based on my experiences with them. But here's some more train action happening. These guys weren't the team that made it over towards the bottom train and got the loot inside of the vault there. It looks like there is going to be a heavy focus on multiple teams coming over through towards train, excuse me. And the worst thing is when a team doesn't really have much intel on where the zone is, and they do exactly what these guys are doing. They sit up top in the train area and they just gatekeep. It's so frustrating because they're kind of in no man's land here. If the zone doesn't come out, it's going to be very hard for them to rotate, but they will be the gatekeepers of all things on this side, and it's very tough to charge people, especially if they're rocking something like this with a triple take or a scout and some sort of long-range weapon. So for everybody's sake in this lobby, they get out of here and start rotating.
Yeah, it looked like they might have been chased. We saw the port being used by Murdoch. On board with Solifide, they are on the hunt here as they got the scan on the full squad. Beast of the Hunt will be popped now, and so we'll have a chance to go ahead and throw down another one if he so pleases. It's going to be Pride going with the front line. He's got the Mastiff out, backs up into cover so he doesn't actually overexpose himself. I like how he's playing this. It's very measured now as he throws in that thermite, gets the connect, and now they're charging forward, connecting with it. The Mastiff are going to be able to take out 2, finish off the squad. That's going to be a +3 for Team Solifide.
Burger Boy just completely dominating in his first team fight on the new squad. That's always a good feeling when you get into this first team fight with your squad at the tournament and you just completely steamroll over them. Gives you so much confidence going forward. Charging up their Evo shields on the way, gathering up more resources, and very methodically played by Pride. Like you said, just shimmying behind the rock, not taking much damage. But the clamor up to the top of the rock mixed with the thermite and the Gibraltar bubble is really what did it. All players charging at the same time. Nice battery hit by Clarify as they go and push with the Beast of the Hunt. So a very clean team fight to open this up. And we know that these Bloodhound Gibraltar teams, Jamerson, are going to play the edge. They're not too interested in going in and fighting from the inside out. They want to make their way from the outside in and try to catch and maybe prey on the weaker teams, maybe that got a res or just don't have much loot.
Yeah, and we're seeing the action kind of slowing down. It was a little bit faster, I feel like, last week in the early stages here, as it looks like they might have just spotted one out. But as we go up to Skyhook, port already have been used by Free Smoke, and you know that's what you're calling for, to bring us back that Bangalore, give us that Season 0 Wraith Bangalore and Lifeline comp. Again, Kenny going to go ahead and set up that drone in a corner. He's going to have that ready to pre-pop the EMP if they get pushed. The sonar, they are detected by a Bloodhound here, but I don't think the team really wants to try and push this. I like how they did set up preemptively for this.
The best thing to do right now would be use the drone to get information, because he's running around right now and he could just be setting up and gathering intel. And it's nice to have the EMP set up, but keep in mind that the EMP is going to slow teammates as well. You got to try to hit the EMP at this sweet spot right on the outskirts of where the other team is and where your team is. But we have a big fight happening over here as teams are going to start rotating over towards Skyhook. This is a squad that we were talking about earlier: Dirty Dan, Kubsky, Protectful, and Rambo.
They are pinned down just a little bit, but these are the map changes that I love to see. Nice crack with that nade out, but it looks like on the other side, it's Team ERG just ready to back up off of this. They don't want to take place in that fight. They just want to go ahead and find that position in the middle of the zone as they back off to survey. And so Dirty Dan will be able to lay claim to the tunnels here just east of Skyhook.
And what's interesting, Jamerson, is this the first composition that we've seen without Gibraltar when you're rocking the Bloodhound? This is going to be a Watson instead by Protectful. So not as much team fighting power, but you do have more ability to have this AoE control as Protectful's trying to do. That generator got blown up absolutely immediately, so very unfortunate for them. And seems to be pretty stingy with his cells right now, not wanting to pop these, but in my opinion, he's going to have to get healthy here because you never know if you're going to get pinched from the side. This has been quite some time that there's been some gunfire over here. This is probably a different team that they're engaging with, but you see Pickett, Crummy, and their squad getting into it with stinking hundreds.
Oh, it looks like they got wiped out, though. And so, Matt Pickett, Crummy, and Rakanishu, who honestly have been grinding the comp scene. I've been loved seeing it kind of evolution for that squad. Team Zero Tricky, one of the squads, of course, that are playing over at Skyhook here. They weren't able to grab Beacon for themselves, or it's the next ring, never mind. Aren't able to go back quite yet. There's another team over at that building, it looks like. But they have a decent one for now, as they have the opportunity if they wanted to try and rotate up north through the tunnels, or they also have that connector area. Continuing the scan over to their south, but it's another team playing center of Skyhook on top of that drill. As we go back on over here, it's going to be Solofides catching out another squad already. That shield being used, the dome of protection. As soon as it goes down, watch them lay into it. The Voltfire coming in. Not able to do as much as he wanted to, but it is down, and so this is their opportunity. Hitting for Flesh, almost taking out that Gibraltar, but it's going to be Burger Boy charging forward now as Solofide will continue this push onto the three-man squad. No knocks quite yet, as we do have all the doors covered. Oh, the Gibraltar jumps up over the top, but two shots coming out from that Mastiff, gets the knock. He tries to retreat with the reload on that Prowler. He's not going to be able to instantly get it, but it's going to be Z Davis to go down now. We saw the Wraith just going on over to the Caravan. He's getting hunted down. We'll see how long he can stay alive for, as it looks like Pride will finish this off. And Solofide, they learned their lesson, right? They have to continue to put up points, especially here in the early and mid game.
The power of the burger. You're right. And that's what the problem was with Team Zero Tricky last week, where they got the back-to-back wins. But I think they only had 31 points, if my mind serves me correctly, with the 2 dubs, which means around 5 kills each there. So it's not much, and we're already seeing 6 kills on the board for Solofide. So the power of the burger and Clarify looking really good so far. But if you're one of these Watson teams right now, if you don't have this Gibraltar, if you don't have this Bloodhound, you should be in Skyhook setting up and getting inside. But that's why you're seeing all these other teams with different team compositions, mainly these Gibraltar Bloodhounds out here skirmishing on the outside. But it's going to be a very, very interesting pull here, Jamerson. It looks like it came to the opposite side.
Yeah, it's looking like it's that very same circle, the way that we closed out last week. And now we're going to be starting it off once again. We do have the aggressive bubble coming out as Crummy will go down. THT doing a great job of gatekeeping here, but as one jumps over the top, I'm taking a little bit too much damage. They have to back off and try to reset here, but Tempest will be able to get the pick on to Matt Pickett. Rakanisha only answers with 1. They should be able to recover this. We'll see if Hill is going to have that dome up, but no, instead he's just going to go for the res, bring him right back into this. And so, yeah, teams, they know and understand how important that early aggression is. And speaking of early aggression, it looks like one of the things that helped them out in that team fight was that BFF here was also trying to close up from the side or from the back, and So now we're down to 13 squads and 39 players remaining here, Tom, as we enter into the third round.
Another really ideal combo here for Fat Fruit Ninja 2. That 2x with the purple mag on the R301 as we look at another fight happening over towards the edge of Skyhook. And now these teams realizing this is not a zone that we want to be stuck over here for. And that's why all hell is going to break loose over towards this building. But Team Zero Tricky, a nice 135 starting off for Haculo. No batteries, though. So it looks like they're going to have to take this fight fairly quickly. That's exactly what they're doing. Jamerson pushing in because they're low on resources.
They've already got 2 knocks as well. They'll be able to get that armor swap on to the purple, which already has 218 as Zero Tricky will be able to finish off 1 as well. There should just be a solo out now as Skyhook is just jam-packed with action right now. Aim assist not OP. Looking to reset here as Dracos is going to get handed off that Phoenix kit. They'll be able to go ahead and pop that one off. We'll see if the team can hold them down. Looks like no team's quite ready to pull the trigger here on a fight on Skyhook. Just a lot of poking and prodding. But speaking of a fight that should be breaking out soon, never mind. They'll just go ahead and sidestep that gatekeep that was coming up, probably from THT. They're going to move up and join the other squads over at Skyhook.
Nice triple take shots here from Mercy, doing about 100 damage overall. No scope on this Prowler, but this is what we're talking about with these map changes here, Jamerson. If this was the previous map in Season 5, they would be absolute toast, but they're able to strafe, bob, and weave over here, over on the train area. But it's tough because you have to push one of these teams out. Which way are you going to be able to go? Are you just going to have to bully these guys? And is there another team behind them? So it's a tough spot here to be, but it would be a lot tougher if this was Season 5, as they are safe for now, but they will have to take that 3v3 fairly soon. But all gold armors here for THT. And another good looking team fight. Look at these shots from Hill.
Yeah, you have to understand that Hills is also taking a lot of damage with that arm shield, and so he's just winning out the trade handily for now. But as I say that, Teenage will go down. Hill with almost no HP, Tempest with almost no HP. They cleaned that up, and that's going to be Petty Boss, Bowser, and Mini going down here before we even hit the top 10. Quick scan out from Tempest to make sure that their flank is clear, as they understood that they were gatekeeping a team to the south. Don't need to worry about that threat. Worry about threats coming in from the north.
A very, very solid team that they just took out. Former ALGS winner in the summer circuit, Bowser, who's on the team with 6 and Nicewig. Now a different squad, and it was so close. Petty Boss almost pulled it off there with the 2 versus 1. I think maybe about 40 HP on both of these players, but just not quite enough. And it was great initial damage there with not only the Mastiff, but all players charging in at the same time. But here it is, Jamerson. More action over here towards the rotate on this Skyhook side. The Mastiff is just so powerful right now.
Yeah, Bird doing so much damage now. It's going to be 2 players approaching from the stairs side. Instead, they go ahead and regain roof control here, as they do have that Watson generator to help them natty heal this one up, but they don't have much time to try and heal this up now, as the zone will be closing fairly shortly. Back on board with Zero Tricky, who got into the fight with a different squad. It's going to be TSS, as Kyun was able to get the knock, but the Gibraltar res was there for them. And what a rat spot. Just watching out here, Zero Tricky will get wiped up. It's going to be Rambo picking up 2 kills for his squad there. And finally, Dirty Dan are able to find the kills there, but it's another squad coming in. Hill, THT coming in to punish them with the third party. Rambo slides right on in, and Hill will be able to finish them off. And it's all up to Kovsky here to try and rat this one out. But like you said, Tom, with all of the Bloodhounds in play, how do you rat?
You really can't, but THT is looking so strong right now in this lobby. The crazy thing is, Jamerson, when we talk about the favorites, most of these favorites have been wiped out already with powerful team fights coming in from both sides. But it's going to be Stoonie, Bird, and the rest of his guys going down to the zone. We see a Pathfinder. He's going to go as well, but look who's set up, waiting for all these players to make the rotation. It's going to be THT, Teen with the Thermite, cutting players off. All these guys are just down to the zone. These are free kills here for these guys, and they're just continuing to rack up all of the points. This is so good for them, continuing to rock the gold armors as well, picking up so many resources on the way. Now all these teams that are camping inside the tunnel, they can hold out. And we'll see how they play this one. Are they going to rotate extremely late? Is that going to be the play? Or are they going to maybe try to get into position early and bully teams off of the spot?
Yeah, Solafide doing a great job of controlling the high ground over by what's left of Survey as Kufsky does get finished off. And so now we're left with 3 squads left of trios here. And so it's going to be a 3v3v3. It's all up to Solafide to try their best to slow down both squads who are not in the ring quite yet. Muffins doing a great job of holding the north-hand side, making sure that no one escapes from here with that charge rifle. And then, of course, you got to imagine you got 2 other players watching to the south as well. And so this holding pattern, it's going to be so difficult to break, especially with how Muffins is playing this head glitch.
I feel like that charge rifle should have hit for a little bit more. Didn't it look good? And then all of a sudden you see it pop up and it says 24. That's more like it hitting the red 69
Nice.
there. And then still just bullying, like you said, on both sides. Very solid gun choices here coming in for the Solafide squad. But it's going to come down to THT with multiple setups over here, multiple armors to swap. But Muffin's going to open it up with the big Gibraltar defensive bombardment. That's going to make other players use their bubble. That's exactly what happens. And now that means that you can use your bubble last, and that's key in these Gibraltar dome fights. And they already have their route planned out. It's looking really good for Solafide.
Yeah, Solafide, you already saw they also have 3 armor swaps at the ready. 2 blues and a purple set up in their little nest egg there. So we have another defensive bombardment coming on out now. It's going to be Muffins throwing in the nade here. Solafide with the high ground. THT finishing off TSS. And it doesn't look like there were any trades. So it's going to be a full 3v3 here. Back coming out for Pride. They're going to have to go for the peaks themselves. So this is a dangerous position. As the scan comes out, they know exactly where they are. But we'll see if Clarify has his own now. Goes for the jump peak. Hits for 88. He's going to change it up now. Swing on over to the right-hand side. Try to get the flank on them now. They don't have the scan quite yet as the bubble is used by Muffins here. But Pride just overextends. He goes down. McCarthy. Muffins will go down next. And now it's all up to Clarify in a 1v3. No, it's a 1v2 here. But he's not going to be able to finish it off. And wow, what a finish. We saw a great hold coming out from Solafide, but they were fighting a 2-front war. They were able to win the one up north, but not the one to the south.
What a game from THT. They just started off and finished so strong throughout that. Those were the 2 teams with the most kills throughout the game, so it was going to be an extremely explosive fight. Wasn't sure which way it was going to go. Once we saw that jump shot, Jamerson, I thought it was going to go on the way of Solafide, but they just collapsed on him hard. And unfortunately, Clarify not able to pull it out in the end because of the fact that it was a 2-versus-1 situation. Great try, though, Solafide placing second. That was our winners last week, but it's going to be THT coming out with some big points, Jamerson. Can't wait to see what the scoreboard is and see how many they tallied up.
Yeah, I really loved how the teams actually played that position. I think Solafide did a great job, but it was just biting off a little bit more than they can chew and committing to that low ground angle there and not having enough bodies really to try and slow down THT, who were able to just basically run up from the south unimpeded because so much focus was put on the team to the north.
Yeah, and we got the scoreboard ready to go. These admins are on top of it already, too, so they're going to be tallying it up and getting ready. But we were talking about the kills, and they came in huge. Are you kidding me? 18 overall for THT. We thought Solafide would have been maybe closer to that. They only had 7 overall, but a huge game. That's going to be a 30-point game, Jamerson. We were talking about back-to-back wins for Team Zeratricky last week. Well, guess what? Just with 1 win, they got just as many points here in game number 1.
Yeah, and so that should be, I believe, a 14-point lead over Solafide now. THT starting things off strong. And it all started off in the early game, playing towards their composition, playing the edge, playing the gatekeepers, getting the early game, getting the mid game, and then the late game kills. 18 kills in a game. We don't see that often, Tom.
Not at all, but look at the damage coming in from Hill, doubling his teammates overall. And he had twice the amount of kills there, too, when you go and combine these guys. So just a great individual performance by Hill, great team effort from THT. And now all the rest of these teams see how many points they have to make up, and they're going to have to play even more aggressive maybe than they wanted to beforehand. So That's what happens when you come out so strong. But will they be able to finish? Will they be able to have a couple more good games, string them together, and avoid the bad games? That's the key.
Yeah, now we do have some replays. This is one of the first fights we saw in the game. This was Solofide actually chasing down the squad, and I love this. There was nowhere else for them to run, and so they just corral them into the caravan here and just meticulously pick them apart, team firing after team firing, knocking 1, 2, and then 3 to go down there. But yeah, we saw these 2 early fights coming out from Solofide, and those were the only kills that they ended up getting in this round. It looked like once they got into center position, they just weren't able to do as much, not as much as THT were able to do on the edge.
We saw so many clean shots throughout this too, and very smart playmaking almost across the board. I don't think we saw any major mistakes. Everybody played fairly clean, but one thing was for sure is the teams that came in confident, the teams that came in aggressive completely mopped up, and the Mastiff was just so powerful throughout this. Almost every single player that we saw was rocking something or other Prowler or the Mastiff. Sometimes both here you see from Teen, and it's the most ideal combo, really. If you're rocking that R301, we don't see many wingmans anymore, Jamerson. Unfortunately, a lot of people rocking an auto gun with a shotgun. Helps when you end up missing a little bit shots. If you have really good tracking, it makes things just a little bit easier. And also, it's better on your teammates too, because you are always laying down consistent damage. But here was the jump shot starting things off for Pride. It's just what happened after this. You don't know. He comes and takes a long angle. Next thing you know, his teammates are going the long way and everybody's already healing. So it's difficult now because you had the high ground. Next thing you know, you're giving up the high ground and coming down low, and you don't see any missed shots there with the Mastiff coming in from Tempest. So THT winning this last team fight and securing themselves a larger lead, like you said, Jamerson. I think you said 14 points overall. So could have been a 6-point swing for either team if they ended up winning that one.
Yeah, it looked like a great call from THT, right? We saw the bubble coming out from Muffins, and you have to understand THT sees it, only sees 2 characters inside. Well, where's the Wraith? And so they go ahead and check the sides, check the flank. That's where he is. Take him out, and then pick them apart one by one. It did come down to the wire. It was super close here, as we saw Clarify almost clutching that out, and there we go. The final points tally. Well, Clarify was not able to clutch it out, and so they only end up getting 16 points. They're still really good for game number 1, but it's THT with a 30 bomb there. But another squad that we have to mention, TSS. Despite coming in 3rd place, they're only 3 points behind Solofide, so they have about the same amount of kills. It's, of course, that point discrepancy between 2nd and 3rd there, basically.
THT just set themselves up for great success, though. Just imagine if they rock one more game here along the lines of getting 30 points, they could almost solidify their area. I think anything from 60 to 70, 80 points is typically where we see the winner, depending how crazy they end up going. But still, if we learned anything from watching these tournaments on a week-to-week basis, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. Again, they have to avoid the bad games. They have to continue to do what they're doing and just make sure they're playing smart and together and confident. Because again, there's a lot of good teams in here. They were coming through and playing teams that were top of the line ALGS winners and mopping them up in team fights. But then again, they were doing that with everybody across the board. They weren't taking anybody for granted. They were taking everybody seriously. This is the finals. That's how to approach the situation.
Yeah, that's right. If they could do this 4 more times, well, actually, honestly, like 1 more time and then have like middle of the pack performances throughout 3, they could clinch it up right then and there. This is why having that early start can be so important. But we see a lot of teams just kind of stumble and halter after that, right? I mean, this was a problem with complexity early on. We saw them being able to get a huge game number 1 and then just kind of slow down from game 2 and on. We'll see if THT have the follow through here in the next 4 games. Thank you all for sticking with us right now. We're getting game number 2 set up. We already have one team lined up for one of our amazing partners. As you can see up there, those are all of our partners that are working with us for Series E. We need 8 more representatives for them to mash up with. And so we got 3 more weeks of qualifiers. We'll crown 1 more tonight. And of course, by the end of it, we'll have 4 through the qualifiers, and then we'll have 5 through the points. And so these individual points as well is going to be super important. And so we have 2 leaderboards. We'll be able to show you guys that later on. But right now, this is the leaderboard that's important. It's about tonight. who's going to secure that one sponsored spot.
Yeah, that's why game to game is so important. Just getting as much points as possible going forward, because even if you don't win, you still have an opportunity to qualify through one of those 5 spots, like you were saying. And one of those teams that was doing it very well last week was Team Zero Tricky, but they got mopped outside of the top 10 there in that game. I'm looking out for them. And when we're talking about coming out with really good starts, Jamerson, what comes to mind is teams really starting to come after you now that they know that you're in first place. So watch out for teams going after THT if they see them in the kill feed. If they see a knockdown, they're going to play hyper aggressive because they know what they have to do. They have to stop these guys from getting points. They have to take them off the map and try to secure their spot moving forward. So it becomes much more difficult for THT, but they have to continue to play it the way that they're doing and just, expect this to get harder. It's not going to get any easier after that first game. It only gets more difficult. So why does that happen? It's, again, because people are trying to stop you. So be careful for that and just watch out for that and try to avoid potential 50-50s and anything that's not extremely safe and certain.
Yeah, speaking of 50-50s, we don't really see as many, but there were 2 at the beginning of this, and it looks like a budding rivalry after week number 1, TSS versus RKN Squad, dropping over there by Harvester and, why am I forgetting the name of the area? To the west of Harvester, that area where they have contested now 6 games
I'm blanking out right now.
that they've fought each other over. At some point, you have to imagine that, we saw last week, it hindered both squads. It hurt both teams, right? TSS, I feel like, could have done a lot better if they didn't continue to take these fights because it did go basically, well, as the name implies, 50-50 between both squads. And so at what point do you let your ego go and go for a safe drop, or do you continue to try and bully for your landing position?
Yeah, and the teams that were all the way on the south side of the map were really struggling there, I'm sure, because that was such a far rotation to make it over towards the north. So expect maybe if you see maybe a thermal station ending or anything on that lower side, it's going to be much different because all these teams are going to have to trek down now. But that's what's so special about running this Gibraltar is it really doesn't matter where the zone is because your playstyle remains the same. So I feel like teams that are running Crypto Watson or Crypto in general, you have to be a little bit more organized and you have to be a little bit more on edge, and you have a lot more opportunities to make mistakes when you're rocking that Gibraltar. Not major mistakes, but maybe little minor mistakes where someone gets knocked, and then you have that back above the dome and the faster res and possibly using the defensive bombardment to hold people back. So we're going to see which prevails as the weeks go on. Is it going to be Crypto? Is it going to be Bloodhound? Is it going to be Pathfinders? But right now, it seems like that Bloodhound Gibraltar team composition is what we're seeing people have the most success with. I'm not sure if that's coincidence or if it's just the way that these teams are playing right now.
Yeah, I mean, we also have to think about the timings, right? That combination is a lot more potent than I initially thought. If you do end up getting caught out in the open, the length that the dome is up, if you have the blood of the hunt up, or excuse me, beast of the hunt up, you can scan twice. You can scan twice before that dome goes down. So it gives you a lot of time, right, to really try and figure out what's going on around you, come up with a game plan, and then rotate around. But guys, we're done talking. Well, we're done talking about nonsense. So we're going to head into game number 2 here as we're on board with THT, our winners of game number 1. And we didn't get to see them early on, but it looks like they do have... Well, they've got Sorting Factory. Don't know how much of it they have to themselves, if it's contested or not. We really didn't get to see any other dive trails, but typically we know that Sorting Factory, it's a great start. It's central location. It's got great loot. It's also the hot drop.
It's my favorite place to land, honestly. It doesn't get much better than Sorting Factory in terms of the amount of loot that you're getting, and also just it's fun place to land, man. It's such a good place to team fight people at, and I really enjoy Sorting Factory. So it's not surprising to see that they ended up having such great loot as they rotated out, and it'd be silly if someone was a contestant. But talking about silly contestants over here, it's going to be Euban and the Snickerdoodle squad fighting over at Old Survey Camp, which is not very good loot. So here's the epic battle that is just going to continue for on and on and on over here, but looks like RKN may have the upper hand here. We'll see.
Yeah, it's Blurs in a 2v1 as the Thirst do come out. Keon gets finished off. Zaniles was taken out as well. There we go. His Watson goes down. So the 1v2, we'll see if they're able to hunt down the last remaining member here. Remember, they do have the Bloodhound. They can try and scan him out to figure out where it is. But hey, as far as 50-50 goes, it's still living up to its name, or 1-for-1 so far, unless Blur once again comes up with a huge clutch for his team like he did multiple times last week.
We've seen it happen, but this could easily be a 3 versus 1. If they hit that res on his denial here very shortly, you could see multiple beacons that they could use, one directly in front of them. And they could use that res to take away the res from Blur and his team, or they could use it to bait out where the last player is. So they're going to go and toss a bubble down, go and grab the loot there for Naughty since he's on controller, I believe, since he's standing still. And then they're going to go and make their way over here and slowly try to find exactly where this player is. But here's a very important fight for the Frog team, but it's going to be Rambo taking down Petty Boss to start. Great scout shots here from Bowser.
Yeah, he tried his best, but Bowser does cover him for now as Mini gets a knock himself, and so they've got the man advantage. They'll be able to thirst one, go for the swap, and then the res is coming out onto Petty Boss as it looks like Kovsky, left to his lonesome once again, is going to run off to try and rat this out somewhere in Fragment. We're also treated to, of course, the next zone, but never mind. Here comes the third party. Of course, it wouldn't be Apex Legends without it, but they've already lost the initiative. They've slowed it down. They're not trying to push anymore. I don't think they're going to be able to do this, especially with we saw the scout shots really connecting from the other side. I am BVN taking so much damage there as the Gibraltar Dome is going to get used very early on. And so once that's down, we'll see. I got to imagine that they're going to pressure off of this as here they go. They're on the chase.
So shocked that Watson gets out of that situation. The Wraith Q's out, just leaving him by his lonesome. If you have to hit syringes here too instead of a medkit, that's going to take quite some time. But when we saw that zone pull over towards the no-name side, I'm wondering if it wasn't just a third party, if it was them trying to get into a spot, because the way that that zone looked, I'm not sure if that was going to be a no-name or a geyser ending, but we'll end up finding out here very shortly. You could see a lot of that circle is inside geyser. Once we see where this zone pulls after the second circle, we'll know for sure. But you see Z Davis getting a knock over here and a team rotating on top of the train tracks over towards where Geyser will meet Lava City. So this spot here for Rakanishu isn't ideal in terms of gatekeeping, but if you can find kills here and make your way in, it's not going to be too bad. But speaking of kills, Teen and THT picking off where they left off in the last game.
Yeah, 165, they had a little bit of a good run last week, but now it's strictly down. Slowed down is Teen, but as he clears that trap, he's just going to go ahead and sell up. They're going to go and get that reset before they go on the hunt for these last two members. URW there. This is on the other side of... Ooh. Oh, shucks. We're just moving around so much. Oh, Teen taking out Clean and Kenny. That's going to be a +3 for THT. Already now at 33 points overall.
And it looks like they're predicting this zone over towards Geyser. And if they get in to the zone here, Geyser is one of those spots where you could pick up kills while you're in the middle. But back to Rakanishu, Pickett, and Crummy. It's you like that, mate, getting in to the fight that we saw them start over before THT got their kills. But a nice defensive bombardment coming from the enemy team. A great bubble is only going to take off a little bit of his health as they have to reset and try to find out exactly how many teams are in the vicinity. You don't want to go all out on this one and give up your building and get third party from behind and just lose your positioning here, because they will be the gatekeepers of this entire side, Jamerson. They can slowly work their way down that hill, have the high ground the entire time, and then hold the crates over towards the right side of the Geyser, which sometimes is where that zone ends specifically. So they're not in too bad of a spot, but they need to make sure that they are always holding down the spot and making sure that they're having some sort of presence in the area. You can't just hide inside the building and let people come up on you. That's how you get third partied.
Yeah, it's a game of choke points right now. One to the north we're watching here. It's Did We Make It? And of course, to the bottom over to the southern side, that other choke. But looks like they're going to go ahead and back off now as Didn't Ask Agenda spots out one over by crates just north of them. We saw, of course, the Watson BVN taking so much damage earlier on. A preemptive Watson generator coming out for BVN. It's a little bit questionable there, Tom.
Yeah, you have to be careful with your generators. It disappears so quickly. Maybe he's rocking a buttload of ultic cells that we just don't know about because you could stack those things, but maybe a little inexperience too at the same time, where you get a little excited that you get into that powerful choke point and your muscle memory says just to throw the gen down in that spot and you forget, I got to hold on to this thing until we're actually in danger. But we're looking at Solafide here and what their strategy is. It's definitely to play the edge, and they're trying to pick on these teams on the outskirts. Again, teams that are weaker in armor, teams that don't have as much experience team fighter, maybe teams that just got a res. That's what they're looking for right now. Charge rifle prowlers, similar setup that we saw last time, and they are on the hunt big time for this squad.
Yeah, you have to remember, it's almost a double-edged sword. When you use that scan coming up from the Bloodhound, you give away your position. People are able to extrapolate where exactly you're coming from now, as they do have one pinned off to the north. They're the ones that can just get into the ring or into the zone, get into the safety of it now, and just gatekeep here. Let the ring, the damage, pressure the other squad as they look on with eagle eyes and that charge rifle. These are just 3 points laying in wait for them now. I don't see how the other team can really escape unless they come out somehow finesse their way past them.
Such a tough spot here to be in because of the fact that you don't know how long they're going to wait. And the charge rifle with the 4A, actually, excuse me, this is the 6X, is perfect for this scenario. And we're seeing exactly how much work it can do. It's going to be Protectful. And I believe Protectful was a player that did get res. So this is what we're talking about, Jamerson, where they're looking for teams that are trying to get it together, trying to scrounge loot. Teams that maybe thought they were safe going and getting a res over towards the back refinery, but it's going to be Solafide on top of it already, just recycling the points over and over again. Portal coming down. Muffin's looking good. There's no way they're going to be able to get out of this one. They just have to leave Protectful at this point.
Yeah, they're going to charge forward there. Protectful does get finished off, but that's not really going to be the end of it, right? There's so much ground for them to try and cover to get into the safety. And as we already know, there's a team over at No Name. There are teams over by both chokes by No Name as well. And so things will only get tougher for them unless the No Name teams kind of just, wear down the numbers here. Stay Naughty is going to go ahead and back off. It's Flo Rida, Zaniles, RKN, Stay Naughty backing away from this fight now. Didn't quite like it here. That the Beast of the Hunt is going to go ahead and fizzle. He'll get one last scan before it does, as it looks like there are two teams in front of them.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in because of the fact that, again, you have these teams coming in here, but with shots like that, it doesn't really matter. They're going to pick up some more kill points and some more resources. So that was Kubsky and Rambo, who is running away from the Solafide squad, but Naughty trying to get that loot and gets ripped for about 100 HP, has to retreat inside of this building and kind of reset here. Maybe hit a Phoenix kit if he has it, but he's just going to go and use his smaller resources as we're looking at this zone here and exactly where these teams are coming from. So many teams posturing over towards this no-name side, and I think they have to get over towards Geyser, so this is going to be a bloodbath over here on this side of the map. Especially with this res coming in, all the attention going to come through. Let's see if this player can make it out of the air into the ground.
Oh, hit for 30, and it looks like RKN was able to pick that one up. Girth going to instantly get thirsted, and this might just be Solafide coming in, wrapping around behind Team Zero Tricky, and this is a dangerous spot. You don't want to be pinned down in this trailer, but with other squads still around, it's a workable position. We'll see if they can survive this for now. The scan comes out. Not telling them things they didn't know beforehand. There are teams still in No Name, but it's a team to their northeast I'm more worried about here in that position. We'll see exactly who that is in just a moment, but I think bets are on Solafide.
He's so low on ammo too, Zeratricky is. You're rocking 120 shots there with the R301. That's not going to last you until the rest of the game. So maybe here with this bubble going down, it's going to be an opportunity to go and push in again. Got to watch out for the third party, but we're going to start seeing Zeratricky probably be a lot more conservative with his ammo if they don't plan on charging. Using that clip there, but he only has about 3 clips left. So I'd like to see him really not make any crazy decisions with this R301 and kind of wait it out here, as they are going to have to take one of these fights to get more resources.
Yeah, you pop it on the single fire mode there. Just tap, tap. Okay, never mind. Oh, we do see the kill feed. Blur getting 1 kill onto Angelic, but I believe SDA have now just been knocked out as we're down to 16 squads. It's going to be the counter aggression. Uphill is Zara Tricky pushing up now as the Beast of the Hunt is popped. Mr. Hakulo is in the front line, of course, with that Wraith, but the scan comes out showing that he is solo. But the nades are here for Zara Tricky as they're trying to continue this push now. This is a different fight, though, over at Geyser, as THT will get EMP'd, but they should be fine. There's a lot of teams still around, and really, as any team currently fighting within Geyser, making a push from building to building can be absolutely deadly. And yes, it is Solo Fide up top as the dome was used early on. Mercy only is the one to get the knock onto Burger Boy. RKN knocking out Blur as we see the kill feed there. Muffin's trying his best to dodge and weave, but he cannot. And it's gonna be Solo Fide getting knocked out early here, not just making it into the top 15.
What a huge team fight there for Team Zara Tricky. Again, they needed resources. They realized that. You could see only about 60 shots left in the R301, so he's going to try to find any type of light ammo. But they realized the scenario. We can't continue to stay here and let this team with the charge rifle shoot us in the back. It's such an aggressive play to go and portal uphill. I'm surprised that Team Solo Fide let them come up for free. You have so many angles. You can bully these players down. There's so many different options and ways to get these guys down from charging, and not even a knock on the Solo Fide side. So Team Zara Tricky really just taking it to him and getting rewarded for all that light ammo. There you go. You deserve that one, Bloodhound. You can get that ammo for free there, buddy. And Alt Excel as well, as it proved so useful as they hit the scan and came in together. But we're just shocked at how good that team was that they pushed and how they were able to do it so well, Jamerson.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it was on them, the initiative. They had to do something. They couldn't just wait to get choked out by the team to the north. So I love that decision making. I thought it was still scary, though, pushing up north. We missed about 10 seconds of that fight because, of course, we were on another one. So don't know exactly what happened there. Maybe Zara Tricky just hit, a laser with that R301 as he was pushing up. Who knows what's happening? But I like this wraparound, right? Kind of avoiding a lot of what's going on in No Name and trying to make a beeline for the cave if they possibly can. Catching one out, you cannot be out crafting there, Yo-Yo. As he's gonna get finished off. Zara Tricky picking up one more kill for his team. That's the instant thirst, and he's gonna be able to fill up on the rest of his utility. Nice little bit of cover to work with, as well as Gobble will be able to finish off Zeniles, but it looks like Yo-Yo squad mates might get finished off very shortly. Scan coming out from Zara Tricky, spots out 2 inside the tunnel. It's a full 3-man squad, but that's what I'm talking about. Zara Tricky with the 301 doing so much damage now. They're gonna go ahead and toss in the nade, but the Watson generator eats all of that up, tries to slide in. The Q just in time to avoid lethal damage, but the charge coming out from Zara Tricky. I am loving this aggression coming out from Zara Tricky right now, as it looks like they might just be able to get another knock. No, they slow things down as they get scanned from behind. And what a great job of just pivoting and swiveling here as they get 1-for-1. Naughty knocks out Mercy, but it looks like Zara Tricky might be able to clutch this out for the team as the bubble is there. Hits for an 88, another 88, misses that third one, but he's done so much for his squad, but now they're getting sandwiched, and it looks like they bit off more than they can chew. They will get finished off, but they go down in guns of glory here. The fight's not over yet, though, as BFF come in for that basically carrying loot now. The squad on the other side of this door.
What a fight, and it just goes to show you could be one of the best team fightings here in the lobby, and it doesn't matter when you get pinched from multiple sides. 2, 3, 4 teams inside of that area going over towards the Geyser, and a great job by the observing team grabbing all of that action there. Didn't miss any single bit of it, but we know where this zone was pulling, and we know who's in position. It's our team that won the previous game, but we're looking at Minions, Stink, Casellos over here trying to stay alive as this thermite's burning right in front of them, and a little bit of a door game going down. Usually the one that kicks the door is the guy that dies, but Stink with a nice little crouch strafe and the great shots, not able to connect, finally able to take down Prideful and get the kills. Casellos now is your kill leader there with 4, Jamerson.
Yeah, but they need to get moving. They need to go ahead and recover quickly here as the zone's going to start closing in now. They do have the medkits to pop, and so that's not going to slow them down, trying to heal with syringes. And you know what? The zone's actually moving a little bit slower than I thought it would. On board with aim assist and not OP as we are here in the final 9 squads. They already used that dome as Bambino is going to need to heal up now as all of them on stupidly low HP. Petty Boss tries to throw a nade, but his own Watson generator is going to go ahead and eat that one up. Sets up the crossfire from the right-hand side as Bambino goes down to a different squad. As now they charge forward. They can't let these kills get away from them. And how many did they pick up? It looks like Mini was able to pick up 2. Bowser picks up 1 more as well. Back on board with THT. Not entirely too sure how many kills they have right now, but oh, that's a lot sitting in front of them. That's a huge thermite.
Wow.
That's a bonfire. Hill. Wow. Just really doing it to them right now as Teen tries to cut off that door with that portal. It might be a little short. They might be able to just eke on past if they really wanted to.
They're going to get aggressive on the players underneath them, though. That's going to be Castelos. Keep in mind, that's a team of 2, so smart play over here, but Teen has to be careful. You know that player is shooting you in the back, but all players here extremely healthy. Again, great armors as they had previously. They've been setting up doing damage here in the back for quite some time, but here's the big play here, 30 seconds. This is where the aggression's coming in. They have armor swaps inside. Who's going to be able to help Hill?
Well, he does have the massive train on the door, and so anyone that tries to peek take a lot of damage. Now it's Teen that gets peeked, and he gets knocked. As is going to be sung to take him out. GS Bird finds 1 more. We'll see if Tempest can clutch this one out. He's got Beast of the Hunt Rocket, and he will be able to finish off the squad. Goes for that instant res, and he's got 10 seconds. He'll be able to get 1 up. We'll see if he can get Teen in time. I don't think so, as they need to
Gibraltar
go for
bubble
the
res.
heals. They do have the Gibraltar bubble, but he went for the bat first, and now he's going to go for the res onto Teen. Will they have time to completely stabilize, though, Tom?
It looks like they're going to be able to. I think that he's going to be able to pop a couple cells here. This zone is going to move fairly slow. Huge plays from Tempest winning that one, but the bubble is going to be down, Jamerson, for this rotation. So they have to just wait last second here, move in with the zone, and pray that Hill is going to have that bubble back up by the time that they push in behind this rock.
It's 5 squads left as they have to climb on over the zone, just ending right there. But Teen gets the first knock. Tempest gets a second onto Blighty. As we're watching You Like That, mate. Apparently, just watching all the kills go into the hands of THT. If you're in this lobby, you need to stop them right now. You cannot allow them to have another massive game, as Hill will find 1 more kill onto Farmer Lucas. And here we go. This is what I'm talking about. You need to get aggressive onto the team. Hill goes down. Crummy will pick up Tempest, and just like that, THT are knocked out in the top 3, but they have so many points under their belts. Now it's the final 2 squads remaining here, just 1 player left, and it looks like they will be able to finish that off. But you have to talk about what THT did in that game.
Yeah, what a great job. And You Like That, mate, is going to win that one. Curious to see how many points they racked up overall. That should slingshot them at least into the top 3. But again, it's THT just looking phenomenal. If they didn't, if they didn't win that game, they still got just enough points to do so. And 30 in game number 1, probably sitting anywhere around 15 to 20 points in this game. Exactly what they needed to do, Jamerson, eliminating bad games, continuing to rack up the kill points, and just staying strong as a squad. They predicted the zone early over towards the geyser pole. But I love the way that You Like That, mate, Pickett Rakanishu and his squad played that one. They saw who it was in the kill feed. They saw that players were dying over towards the right-hand side. They placed the Wraith in front of them. They get aggressive, and they start to push in and get the damage down that they need to. So overall, you're going to take a look at the kills right now. It's going to be Rakanishu, Crummy, and Pickett getting a total of 6 kills. But overall, not surprising, it's THT, your leaders, with 12.
Yeah, and even in points in the lobby, I believe they got the most points in this lobby as well. 12 plus the 7 that they get, that gets them 19 overall in game number 2. As there we go, we got the names coming up. So yeah, Rakinishu, Crummy, and Matt Pickett with the 6 kills. They get 18, and so still. Great job coming out from them, but it's THT now starting to pull away from the pack, right? We saw team Solafide going down fairly early there in 15th place with 1 point. So that means that a lot of the teams from the middle of the pack are going to be able to make up grounds in the top 2, top 3 positions here. Another teams that we had to take a look at, well, Zero Tricky, it looks like they were stopped early on as well, 6 kills only, but they were able to get to 11th place. It's still only 1 point for placement, or is that 2 points? I forget. And so that means there's going to be a lot of shifting here in the middle of the game, in the middle of the pack. We'll see in just a moment when our admin team, of course, gets the points for us, but we know right now THT are just firmly in the lead.
Yeah, it should be probably THT, Solafide, and you like that mate sitting over probably towards the top 3. So a great job. Again, THT finding themselves over toward the final circle. If they could have won that game, picking up even more kill points, they would almost have this one in the bag. But they need to just continue to stay disciplined, play their game. You couldn't really ask for a better start to this tournament right now for THT. So hats off to them for putting on a great show in the beginning.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take a short break, though, as we get game number 3 set up here for Series E. So thank you for sticking with us. We'll be right back after this short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Series E. So this is a different leaderboard, by the way. This is actually the cumulative score overall combined from last week and this week. As we can see, THT, if for whatever reason, after these 2 great games, they don't win it out, they still have a great chance of just qualifying in the 5 spots that we have later on based upon your points. Team THT, Zara Tricky, you like that, mate, Dirty Dan, and BFF right now, all up in the top 5. Well, there's also Team Aim Assist tied for 5th. And so this is the cumulative scores overall over the last 2 weeks, Tom.
Yeah, so if you're in the top 5, you have to be feeling good. That has to give you confidence going forward, maybe an extra push going into game 3. And if you're not quite there yet, maybe a team like Solafide who feels like they could easily bounce back, maybe they'll come back here with a strong number game 3 too. But again, Zeratricky, they had such a great week 1 that it doesn't matter what happened here in week 2 so far. They just need to continue to play how we know that they can, and I'm sure they're going to be able to bounce back strong. But what a battle we're going to have over here towards the rest of the area, because I think THT and Zeratricky are a safe bet at this point. You like that, mate? A big win for them right there. After that, you're not really quite sure what's going to happen.
All right, and so it looks like game number 3 has already been set up, so we'll have to hold on to that question until afterwards as we are on board with the winners of game number 2. You like that, mate? Matt Pickett, Rakanishu, and Crummy dropping over here at Lava City. And we saw them, of course, in early on in game number 2, holding that choke to the south of Geyser. They played that the entire time, playing the gatekeeping over at that choke, and we were talking about how strong that position can be. We saw a lot of funneling over to the north, and Flo Rida getting into another fight once again with TSS.
Oh, this is great. It's so consistent every single time. These teams don't back down. They don't care if it's a 50-50. His Watson, never seen him back down from a fight in my life. We'll see if they can win this one. It's going to be a 1 versus 1, I believe, as Blur is going to drop to Arcane, but I think there's still a little bit of sliver left in health that he does pull it off. RKN with the big team fight. The saga continues. 2-1 now. Not a 50-50 overall. We'll see who wins the next one. It has to be his Watson winning the next one, right? Because it's a 50-50, Jamerson.
It has to be, especially with how close that was. Though we do have, I believe, ERW, taking on Did We Make It over here. As the knock has already come on down. Another fight breaking out as well in the tunnels just east of Skyhook. Yubin will get the knock onto Drix. Smooth finished off as well, and that's going to be SD8 out. On board with Solafide, with, of course, over at their stomping grounds here in Fragments. They were also getting into a lot of 50-50 fights over here at Fragment as well last week. This time around, it doesn't look like they're getting contested. Some decent loot for them so far. They would like to get a better armor onto Pride, though. Back on board with ERG, excuse me. Now, as Oso rated, are going to get the knock onto Yubin, and so this is just the third party coming in. Z Davis going to go ahead and corral them on in from the other side, as they'll be able to finish that one off. Instantly pop the Phoenix, go for the reset, because if they were able to come into a third party, they have to be wary of a third party coming in from another angle. Who knows at this point? Back on board with Did We Make It though, Tom, as they're still in this fight.
They really are. I think our observers smashed a couple Rockstar energy drinks before work today because they have not missed a fight yet. Shout out to those guys killing it in the back. But this is another fight. Are you kidding me? A 4th team is going to go down here within the first zone before it even closes. So when the pressure's on, when the teams see the points, their blood starts flowing a little bit and they want to get right to the action. It's going to be Inspiring Moose as your kill leader. I don't think the Vegas odds would have taken Inspiring Moose for be the kill leader this far into game number 3.
Yeah, so we have an interesting question in chat, and they were asking what happened with Solofide's points. And so we did touch upon that at the beginning of the broadcast, that Solofide, now that they're running a different roster, they can't really carry over the points. And so they're starting off fresh here in week number 2. On board with Yogo Stomp as the fight continues now, and we got a good look at the ring as well, as it does pull on over to this side of the map, and so teams are just readying a position. Girth, I love you. Keep rocking the Pathfinder, please.
Yeah, he's always been a Pathfinder one trick. No, I'm just kidding, Girth. Love you, buddy. But he's gonna be so stoked once to get that grapple back on a 25-second cooldown and low profile gets removed. I'm extremely excited for that. But we'll see what Girth has in store here, as they do have a little bit of loot to work with on the way out, but they do have intel on the zone. So now you're gonna see teams rotating, and they're electing the Harvester rotation here, which seems to be the path of least resistance. So I do like this, and with this playstyle, again, Pathfinder, Watson, you're looking to get center zone and hold teams off. So that's why they're not really interested in taking these crazy fights with these Bloodhound, Gibraltar team compositions. And speaking of that, Dirty Dan, and looks like maybe Solafide in fights as well.
Yeah, Solafide gonna go ahead and toss in that nade. It's Pride charging forward now. He's got the Hemlock Mastiff in play. The Hemlock single fire is just absolutely nuts, but so is the Burst. He's got the gold stabilizer on it as well. So we see on the kill feed, Arcane taking one out. Petty Boss backing off from this fight. And this is one of those positions that teams love to fight for, having this high ground. It works out so well because it is one of the highest points on this part of the map. But the defensive bombardment will slow them down for now. They'll just swing to the left-hand side as the smoke settles, trying to continue to hunt this squad down. Another fight breaking out, though, in the connector area between Harvester and Thorny Factory. And yeah, THT just trading back and forth, and THT do go down early on, and another squad goes down. 12 squads remaining,
and
round one isn't over yet.
Is this a rank game? What's going on over here? We should post the scores more often, the overall standings, get more action in these games, because I love to see these amount of team fights. And unfortunate for THT that they do fall, and I believe that was going to be the Dirty Dan squad, which is in 4th place. So they're going to stop the first place team from getting points and add some points on for themselves. Meanwhile, Flo Rida, the team that refuses to give up their landing position, continuing to work this side, which we just saw. I believe Bowser and his team over here in the vicinity, but dealing with a charge rifle is going to be super tough. Fortunately for the rest of this lobby, there's only 6 shots left in this thing. He's going to switch it out for the Prowler instead. Smart choice there for RKN, and taking a look to see where Bowser and his squad left. It looks like they rotated over towards Harvester, trying to make their way inside.
Yeah, they didn't get Snake, but they did get the bottom of this tunnel here. And so they'll be able to work off of that. It's just about, of course, controlling this side as they're sharing it with another squad. URW, though, pushing on up, and you got to be careful in this position as the defensive bombardment's going to come out. They'll back off. Inspiring Moose does need to heal up, and instead he charges forward with that bat. It is, of course, his own defensive bombardment, so he only gets slowed down, takes no damage, as now they are setting up to breach and clear. Here comes the scan. They're set up in the corner. Massive out, only hitting for 14. Ooh. That's a 112. They smell blood in the water. They want to finish this
Big
off.
nade.
Here comes a nade from Inspiring Moose. We'll see if it gets a knock, and it will onto Gobble. They charge forward off the back of the knock. Flesh hits, and they will be able to finish off Yogo Stomp.
Inspiring Moose pulling a little crouching tiger, hidden dragon, jumping off the top of this head right there. Like that play coming in. I love the defensive bombardment. That allowed everybody to get inside of the building on Girth's team. They timed it with the Bloodhound scan, opened it up with the 112 Mastiff, bank nade off of the wall. An Inspiring Moose in the URW squad taking out a couple of good teams. Speaking of good teams, we're on board with Zeratricky. Looks like they're taking on Naughty and his squad, but we'll see who's going to be able to take this one down. I think it's a 2 versus 1 situation. It is going to be Team Zeratricky with another team fight, getting the res over here over towards the train side. They're going to be able to get some more resources here. Beast the Hunts pop. That's going to be even more scans. Another solid team fight for our 2nd place team, I believe.
Take a look, though. Team ERG are in the area, but it doesn't look like they know exactly what went on. Otherwise, they would have fully punished off of this. Instead, they're going to go ahead and take the high ground here of the large building in train, as the scans are there. They've got the ping as well, and so they do want to try and punish them. We'll see if they can get on top of ERG. That Arcstar not really going to do much except for show off their presence. Here comes the scan. They see all three below them now, but not committing quite yet. They want to open up with some sort of damage with these nades, but they're not able to get anything. So this fight might just fizzle out, as we do see the Wraith using the Q. That might be the port out for them. We'll find out in just a moment. As, yeah, it looks like ARG, they just missed their chance. They took too much of a roundabout way to try and get to them.
I was thinking possible defensive bombardment coming out from Oso Rated where that portal was ending, but now you're stuck in this really awkward situation where you're sharing train, which isn't an ideal spot right now because I'm not sure if it's pulling over here. Otherwise, teams would have been here a while ago. And now you're just double gatekeeping on this side of the map. So we'll see if they elect to fight each other, rotate their separate ways, or maybe fight as they rotate. But this thing's definitely pulling and favoring more towards the Harvester side. If you take a look at URW, an inspiring Moose after that inspiring team fight that they had against RCO. They have plenty of stuff in their bag right now. Great armors on both sides. Ideal setup for both long range, mid range, and close range here for Papega Aim. And you don't have to really leave the high ground here, Jamerson. They can just continue to own this spot. But Inspiring Moose did drop down, so I want to see him try to get back up and work because you do have the teams behind them that you have to worry about.
Yeah, exactly. Just as you say that, Papega Aim taking a lot of damage, and he needs to try and stay up here for his team to slow down the team that's up top right now. That's going to be Matt Pickett, Crummy, and Rakanishu. We saw just a moment earlier, Matt Pickett with the triple take, picking up 2 kills. Don't know if he was able to get the thirst. URW trying to finish this fight off as quickly as possible, as we know that Matt Pickett's team is right up top, ready to try and jump down. They cannot trade. They have to do this clean at this point. We're not even take too much damage, but talking about too much damage, Murdoch goes down. They're not trading quite yet. There it is as they get Strictly, but that's going to be Matt Pickett's team coming in very soon to try and finish this all off. Inspiring Moose will be able to clean up this fight, but will he be able to get the res? Where is the punish from the other squad?
Wow, it's a portal play coming in from Crummy. The timing should be there right as they're getting the reses, which means that he could pick up the kills on the ground too, but instead it's going to be 2 players that are up, and Pickett's late to the party here. You have Papega Aim getting the knocks. If they get the thirst, that's going to be tough for them. You do have the last player coming in here. Excuse me, second player coming in, Papega Aim trying to hold them off. And now you have the bait and switch coming in with Pickett. But again, this is risky. You don't want this to continue to elongate, and they're going to play it safe, back off, and hit a res. Interesting. A very aggressive team going to play this one safe.
I think it was the same idea that Papega Aim had, right? He just needed to hold the high ground for his squad. They weren't overcommitting because they knew that there was only 1 up, but they didn't account for the res. And so they only sent the 2 on over thinking it would be enough, but the armor swaps were there. They were kind of fresh. They had enough HP to fight over. But that's a good call. Sign the retreat. It wasn't clean. Get out of there. Make sure that you continue to fight, as there are 9 squads left here. It's anyone's game, as the zone will be closing here in a minute now, so they have plenty of time to work with to try and choke this team out.
And this is one of the tough spots because this team, because of the fact that they made a mistake and are now out of position, you can't do the same thing. You have to just let them go. I know you really want those kill points, but the window is closed to get those, and maybe you can find a straggler or 2 on the way, but you can't give up this high ground. You can't give up this position. And now that team did pick up 3 kill points on the bottom, but now they're on the run and have to fight for their lives over here. Rakanishu gonna have to use his bubble and his last battery. Unfortunate for him, getting picked apart with a sniper rifle across the map, but disappointing there for you like that, mate. Not able to get those kill points, not able to move up in the placements here, and they're gonna have to have another team to deal with on this side of the map. Sniper rifles left and right, but a nice little zip line rotation coming in here for these guys. And again, they won the previous game, taking down THT, who's in first place. We'll see if they can pull off the back-to-back.
The question is, never mind. He just swapped on over to the cell, so he has 6 cells to work with. Might be waiting to just natty heal that up with the Watson generator. On board with aim assist, not OP. It's one of the teams I was trying to poke away at. You like that, mate, and they're doing a good job of controlling the choke for now, watching their back as well with that Bloodhound scan. So now they are starting to creep up. They see a lot of loot ahead of them. Hopefully it's not a bait, as we do see some fire coming out, but they've got the Gibraltar bubble, and they needed this. The triple takes on eight shots left. He needs to find a secondary, or does he? Hits the 46 on the red Evo, though. Backs away the high ground rocks now as he tries to find a decent headshot to work with. The arm shield soaking up a lot of damage for him now.
Nice shots.
Hitting there with the triple take, but the defensive bombardment comes down. He doesn't have the bubble. Aces are getting cleaned up now. Dracos will go down. Bambino is trying to hold the line for his team, but no, it's not going to be enough. He's just running away, never mind, with his tail tucked between his legs. That Bloodhound is the only one surviving for his squad. We're now down to 8 squads, 19 players. Make that 7 squads, 17 players, as Zaratricky will clean that one up. In the meantime, Matt Pickett got knocked here. Don't know exactly by whom, but it's going to be Rakanishu. Oh, it's Solafide coming on in, cleaning them up. That Peacekeeper doing so much work for Pride.
Wow, Pride has pocket aces basically with his setup here. He's rocking Hemlock, Gold Stabilizer, just fully kitted, and the Peacekeeper, just such a fun gun to use. Coming in and doing serious work there on a You Like That Mate. And for the record, You Like That Mate did take down the team that they fought right where that ping was just now from down low. So they were able to finish those kills off and get those points. But I'm sure they would rather still be in the lobby right now, trying to rack up some more placement here as we take a look at Bowser, Mini, and Petty Boss on their rotation. And they've been in this vicinity for a long time, Jamerson. We saw them with the Sentinel over towards Harvester side, not able to make it into Snake. Looking at Stink here, ratting it out with a interesting combination here, busting out that Bangalore on the Casello side. Trying to get the scans inside of the smoke, but little do you know, the scans can see through the smoke on enemy side too, so it's not just you, as we do have a couple rats in this one. Surprised that they're lasting so long, Jamerson, but they'll be gone soon.
Zaratricky holding the south hand side there, as they got a scan on a team in front of them. And that's really the only worry that they have at this point. Most of the other teams basically up to the north here, as the lobby was thinned out early on. Solafide want to find more kill points here, as we do have Pride with 3 himself. There is the Wraith portal, the Wraith Q being used. The Peacekeeper lined up, hits for 11. Yeah, that looks like one of my Peacekeeper shots.
Yeah, that was my Peacekeeper before they vaulted it, but still a big fan of it. Still love the R9. Still love Pathfinder. Nothing will ever change for me, but we'll see if Solafide can bounce back and have a strong game here. We know what they're capable of. We know that they're able to put up big games. 13 people watching. That's always good in that top right area, because you know you picked up a lot of kill points on the way. So multiple squads here watching Pride do work with this fantastic combo here. And it's always fun to see what the use is of the Hemlock. Is it going to be a burst fire, or is it going to be a single fire at that distance? Doesn't really matter, but I like to choose the single fire here. It looks like he's got a decent amount of recoil, and you could really jam that thing fast, Jamerson, on the single fire.
Yeah, the burst, it's a little bit more difficult to control at those lengths, as now we're down to 5 squads, 13 players, and so wonder if that's just 1 rat or if it's 2 squads as duos. I want to say it's just 1 rat left here in this lobby. As Solafide, again, with a great late game position. You might have some cover to work with. I'm not entirely too sure. Yeah, they've got the rock there along with that bin, and so that's going to be a great spot for them, as they're just trying to get their best to get the information about where every team is to really figure out how to play this last zone.
I wonder if he realized that armor wasn't fully healed there as he's running around with a little sliver, and we're looking at Stink. Nice job, Stink, making it this far, buddy, but I don't think you're going to be on World's Edge much longer when we look at that zone and how far it is. Just a little lone Bloodhound coming in, trying to live his best life. Looking at BFF.
He got top
here
5.
Yeah, hey, top 5 is a good job, but you know, this zone's moving in 15 seconds, and those teams that are over towards the left are pinched. Blighty over here already taking damage. It's going to be difficult here without the Gibraltar. Fat Fruit Ninja in the open here on this Watson. He's going to have to lay down a gen and maybe start fencing some area off. But the teams with the bubble are going to have the advantage here as they start to push in and make this circle rotation.
We'll see if they look on over. Stink still trying his best to keep this alive. Not actually getting scanned up there as Farmer Lucas taking so much damage, and that is the raid Q animation taking way too long. They go down. It's all up to Fat Fruit Ninja, and it looks like Stink gets top 4 for his team. He's ratting it out. How much longer can he survive here? It's just full squads remaining along with Stink as he tries his best, finally goes down, and now we're left with 3 squads. Mr. Hakulo pushing forward. Mercy only already got a knock onto Mini, onto Bowser. Petty Boss answers back finally for the squad, but it's Sola Fide now to clean this all up. They know the trades are there. This is their game to win. They spot him out, the bat just in time, but he might already be cracked at this point. There we go. Pride gets the knock, and it's all cleanup duty at this point for them. It's about finishing this off strong. It's about finishing this off cleanly and not making any mistakes, because this is all Sola Fide.
Yeah, great job by Sola Fide. Just dominant position there. Great job third partying. Great job just using teamwork when they needed to, and the shots were there to boot. Sola Fide picking up a handful of kills made this much more interesting today. We'll see on the overall standings where that's going to put them, but we know what they're capable of. We saw how strong they ended last week. Could this be the time, the turning point here at the halfway point where they really start to step it up?
Yeah, it's very important here, but very consistent finishes and great job so far coming out from a lot of the squads. But again, we're saying these same names over and over again. THT, Zero Tricky, Sola Fide. They continue to come up, and so that's the kind of consistency we need to see. That's the kind of consistency we expect. Let's go ahead and take a look at the scoreboard for game number 3 to see exactly where we are now. As Sola Fide was, I was going to say, a little bit quiet. When did they pick up that many kills? 12 kills for Sola Fide. And I guess 6 of them, at the end there.
Yeah, and it was just one of those instances where they're playing the position. It's not their composition to play positioning, but they still just kind of weaved around the map and didn't make any major mistakes. They want to be that last team coming in healthy, and that's where you go and get your kill points. But a great job by Bowser, Mini, and Petty. A lot of damage, only 3 kills to show for it. But when we're looking at a lot of kills, look at Team Zara Tricky as well. Can't forget about these guys rocking 11 second place in kills and placing 3rd overall. So first and 3rd place really taking a lot of those kills. URW there, Inspiring Moose. We saw him as the kill leader for quite some time. 6 kills for him. So nice job. And that's where a lot of these points end up getting dispersed. So I'm looking forward to seeing what our overall leaderboard is, because of the fact that we did have THT, our leaders, fall in the 14th spot, only getting 3 points overall with 2 kills and that 1 placement point.
Yeah, and so while they of course had a huge lead going into game number 3 amongst the lobby there, like you said, finishing only in the top 14, only picking up 2 kills. That's going to be a lot of ground made up by teams like Sola Fide, Zero Tricky, basically everyone else that wasn't in first place. So we'll go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard in just a moment here. And so now we have a huge shakeup as we head into game number 4 and game number 5, closing out our second week of qualifiers. It is almost anyone's game at this point. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the replays that we've got. URW, they had some great pushes, and this is one of them. Inspiring Moose hit some great massive shots, and of course, throwing out this nade ultimately just kind of forcing them out of positions for them to just wide peek on over. That 76 coming out from the nade, charging up.
Here comes the moonwalk.
That was just beautiful.
There it is. Yeah, and it was that 112 there onto Pathfinder, low profile girth, just taking pellets to the face. As take a look at Zara Tricky winning a team fight inside the train station area. They are such a strong team fighting team, and it really plays into their composition with the Bloodhound and the Gibraltar. But this was URW in a very surprising fashion coming through here, not only winning this team fight, but fending off the third party from You Like That made the previous game's winner. And when we're looking at teams trying to make a name for themselves, maybe it's Inspiring Moose and URW today that can continue to have a good showing, because of the fact that they were able to hold off this really skilled team coming into the situation. I got to give them props. That's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, one thing we have to remember is that this was not a normal game. By any stretch of the imagination was this a normal game. We were talking about it looked like ranked, especially with the timings. Half the lobby was dead
essentially, by the time the first ring ended. And so that changes how you have to approach these mid-game fights. You can't approach them the same way that you would if the lobby was still healthy. And so I think a lot of teams still kind of need that experience, which is why you play in these tournaments.
Yeah, typically the game is ending on the next zone here, but since so many people died early, it opens you up on the map and it forces teams to play a little bit more cautious, like you were saying, but you're also going to hop on these type of instances here like Solafide did when you're like, whoa, only 3 teams left? What? We have the high ground? They're fighting directly below us? This is the perfect scenario and the perfect gun and scope to do so. So you see the bubble come down and the shots landing for Pride. That portal was just bouncing back and forth. They had eyes on exactly where that was going to go. And you could see the pre-fired, choked up Peacekeeper there with the digi threat was just so clean. There's nothing that you can do about it. But again, Inspiring Moose, URW, fantastic job. They held their own against some of the best teams here. I really want to see what their storyline develops as we go forward and kind of keep track of just Inspiring Moose in general, because it's very rare that you have a new name pop up as the kill leader. And, you got to give them credit where it's due, Jamerson, really.
Yeah, definitely here. And so we're seeing just a lot of talent really trying to make a name for themselves. And I'm so glad that we're able to do this. So, of course, always thank you to all of our partners for this. As you can see them in the top right, the top of the screen, along with EA for helping us do all this. We do now have the scoreboard up. So let's go ahead and take a look at where we are exactly in this series. THT will go ahead and hold on to their lead. Take a look at the point differential, leading up against Solafide by 10 points, but Solafide doing a great job of propelling themselves up into second. Zeratricky here up and third, also down by 10 points. And so if THT have one more bad game, this could be the opening that Solafide, Zeratricky, you like that, mate, all those teams are looking for at this point. And so this is not over by any means. We still have 2 more games to play, and THT needed to clean things up.
Yeah, and THT could have been in Solafide's position if they may have not taken this fight that ended up costing them the game. I'm curious what happened. It was against Protectful's team and Dirty Dan's squad, but anything could happen within this top 6. As long as you have 20 points or so, you're still in the running. So you look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different teams have an opportunity to win this one. And especially if THT has a game like they had. So the swing game, game number 3, the ever important one. Meanwhile, Solafide, we know how they start to pick it up over towards the tail end of these tournaments, and they do that right at the right time. So only 10 points behind, looking good right now for Solafide.
Here we go. Game number 4 for Series E, week 2 of qualifiers. We have one more partnered spot up for grabs for our teams. THT getting into an early fight. See, is this going to be a mistake, or is this just going to be +3 for them? As things are slowing down, Teen having a little difficulties and ultimately going to end up giving that one up. Let's go on over to TSS. We got the first blood in this match. Kyun picking up Zaniles, and so we're seeing the struggle between these two teams go down again. I think we give this 50-50 up to TSS now as they got the first blood, and I don't know if RKN and them want to continue this fight for now. They're still sticking around, so we'll see. RKN and Stay Nani. It's going to be RKN up on the high ground, but his arm shield's broken now, as we have another fight breaking out as well over by Survey. SDA. Oh, scissors. Oh boy. Yep, it's all over. Also, by the way, it looks like we have that 50-50 once again. Sticker Doodles, though, they're going to trade away. It's all to Euban now at this point, as the third party, I think, might have come in. As, yeah, it is going to be Z Davis' squad coming in for the third party, picking off Moose and picking up Scissors. And it's all up to Euban here to rat this one out early on.
He's going to have to pull a stink maneuver, or he's going to have to set some sort of portal eventually to go and try to recover those banners. But I think he's just going to dip out, reset, and see how many placement points he can get as we're taking a look at THT fighting over here on the Sorting Factory side. Armor advantage over to the other squad, but still getting aggressive on the side of the THT team. They have all players together here. Great armor situation. They should have better armor, but great scout shots there from Hill. Should open this fight up, and they should be able to finish this one. But I think he's running around looking for cells at this point because of the fact that it's so early in the game. No one's had a chance to loot yet. Not able to do so, but finds the Hemlock there with the blue mag, and they're going to take the high ground as they should. Very safe play. Finding that 2x on the way is pretty solid too, but it's going to be Petty Boss getting a knock here. Bubble goes down, and in this 2 versus 3 situation, it should be easy for these guys. Clean shots with the flat line, and they're wiping this one for sure.
Sorry, I'm reading chat right now, and there is a 2-minute delay. But yeah, good fight coming up from Frog. Mon, I swear to God, we will kiss. Anyhow,
THT, though, still continuing in this fight for now as, oh boy, a big boy tries to make it into the door, is forced to use that dome of protection early on, as we don't see a full commit coming out from THT. And I like this. You don't know exactly where teams could be coming from. This fight's been going on for so long. Typically, you know, this is where teams are rotating. This is where you're seeing teams starting to make it into this area at this point. And so they're going to be a little bit more reserved right now. They're not going to go and full send it off of this. They understand that they had one bad game, and with teams catching up, they need to play it safer. They need to make sure they get into the late game.
Looks like they spotted a team rotating over here, and they're going to call him out instead of worrying about the team that's rotated towards the snake side. I like this play. This player is fairly caught out. You see the blood splatter there, which means that player is going to be no shields. Teen sets down the portal. Another portal coming in to save this player too, and this is a tough spot to be in. You want to play it safe, but you see all of these options in front of you. You want to try to take advantage of them, but you don't want to make a mistake. So they're going to try to play this one passive aggressively. They're in the zone. No reason to do anything crazy. They know that that team is hunting them down. And what do you think happened, Jamerson? I think they realize a team like THT is landing at sorting. They're in first. They're going to go and contest them. And they are running around with a target on their back, just like we were talking about after the first 2 games. You drop 50 points. And next thing you know, everyone's going to try to slow you down so they can catch up. And that's exactly what we're seeing on the Sorting Factory side right now.
Yeah, it looked like it was just measured aggression, right? They wanted to see if they could chase. They tried it. It didn't work out for them. The guy got way too far away. You saw the bubble coming down to catch the exit as well for them to come back. But it looks like we had another fight. Bowser, Mini, and Protectful taking off another team. As here we go. THT now committing on to a fight. They've got a team backed up into a corner as Hill is trying to get the angle. Teenage is going to go ahead and ping that one out. They will be able to finish them off very shortly. That's TSS going down with almost a no fight whatsoever. Teen gets that armor swap, and so they'll be safe here to just go for the full reset.
Muffins is down. I think that was by the hands of someone on Team Zeratricky too, so happening on the top right of your kill feed. But there's still plenty of action happening as someone needs to teach THT how to clamber up towards the roof here. There it is. Hill finally gets up there. And all hell breaking loose on this area of the map, which hadn't seen much action until this game, but great shots there with the 2x scout. Still picking up resources from the previous bodies that he had, and I don't think they have many cells, so he's just going to elect to pick this back up and maybe try to recharge the Evo. So they're going to probably take some more fights, Jamerson. I mean, you have to do something in order to get cells when you're not rocking the Watson combination. So get aggressive, take other people's loot, let them loot for you. Tends to be some of the best strategies as we're looking at a fight happening over towards the Overlook side now.
They've already got the knock, and they are going to go ahead and push up. That Fruit Ninja will get instantly thirsted. It's a 2v3 as BFF are going to try and get out of dodge. They have a little bit of legwork to make up here as they're going to be able to retreat, but they are not going to have the banner of Fat Fruit Ninja. And so now this squad will be competing as just a duo for the rest of this game here. But for how much longer, as it looks like they are getting hunted down. THT, though, they've closed the gap, and now they have made their way into Banana as they push up here. They've got the thermite onto one door, swap on over to the next one. No one's covering that yet, but there we go. They swap on over. First kick, second kick, come on in with that massive. That's the instant knock onto Papega. Aim, even hitting for that purple, almost getting the crack here. The port out, coming out from that Bloodhound as THT are continuing to try and hound down this team. Oh, they are not going to have their ankles broken. Maybe they will with that port as a team. Might have just gotten away. Here come the nades, and THT again. Calculated aggression here as they are not overextending for these kills.
Exactly. They're just waiting for other teams to make a mistake. Meanwhile, they're sticking together. And the key is not to overextend. Once you overextend and take that unnecessary damage, stronger teams will go and pressure you. Do you have the bubble here to use? Dodging nades left and right like it was his job. But that bubble, he's not going to be able to get into it for the fast healing. He has to just use that to kind of create a barrier between him and the other squad that's laying down cover fire. Is the other team going to charge into his bubble, though? Because that's going to create an all-out brawl here into the snake. They do. And now they just have to use the boxes back and forth. Hill, can he hit an armor swap? He does. Surprised those armor swaps weren't on the ground. It's going to be Petty's team. The massive shots coming in. It's now up to Teen.
Oh, don't know who exactly won that one. It looks like Petty Boss's squad won that one out. Frog will go ahead and take that. And this time, THT go down in the top 10 with almost the same amount of kills they had in the last round as well. And that was the situation they didn't want to get themselves into. They didn't want to go down early. And so that opens the field right up. Game number 5 is going to be a doozy for sure now with this.
We have to keep track of Soul of Fide. I believe that they lost a player throughout this. Not sure if the entire squad's down or if they're going to end up picking up a res. And then we're going to have to keep track of the rest of the guys over towards the top, like Team Zera Tricky as well. But whoever wins this game is going to be in a great spot. Maybe it's going to be someone that's already in the top 6. We know that these players have the best opportunity to make it over there and catch up to the team that's in first place that we saw just drop. Again, getting contested over at Sorting Factory and not even able to leave the spot that they landed. As we look at Girth and his squad, as they have a setup over towards this choke, and they're just trying to figure out where these guys are and get the right angles here, get the right head glitches. Always pay attention to your terrain if you're a new player and realize that you don't want to pop out in the open here. You see how these guys are constantly using the rocks in front of them to navigate to the next head glitch, and then they get the initial damage. That's when they'll go and push into the open towards the next spot where they can go and use for cover. So Girth doing a great job anchoring here. Unfortunate for him, he doesn't have a scout or anything, so he's gonna have to hit these long-range wingman shots with no scope and only 6 shots.
Yeah, the white mag on it. I mean, Girth's still back here in Season 4, playing the Pathfinder, playing the wingman now, as they're trying their best to control this choke for now. There's a squad to their west. Decent damage coming across is hitting, and that's going to force out that Wraith queue as they're just trying to retreat out and get into the center zone, it looks like. Again, we have a very, very shallow lobby. 9 squads, 26 players, so 1 squad down to a duo here. So there's just been so much early fighting in the last few games, as you do have to be careful when you take these fights. It might be a little bit more isolated, or it might just mean other teams can come in for a freer third party. A lot of things to really try and keep track of with the way this game evolves and changes with how healthy the lobby is.
Yeah, and with 9 squads, I think Girth team's realizing that no one's really going to charge this choke because of the fact that they're already showing presence there. So they should probably try to get center circle, maybe try to find some high ground here with the Pathfinder, maybe find another beacon that they can go and hit a scan on. Looks like they're going to try to scrounge for some resources here, maybe some cells or some healing, possibly some better mags or attachments as they make their way forward. Looks like this one's going to end up that hill across from Sorting Factory where these houses are, and you can see the fences already set up there. So maybe it's a zip line play, maybe they walk up together. It could be a Wraith portal play into some Bloodhound scans too, but it's a tough spot to be in. Now we know why so many teams were rotating over towards Sorting Factory, Jamerson, because this thing was pulling just to that northeast over there across the river.
Now, the big question is going to be in about 3 minutes. Is it going to be the south side or the north side? What's the poll going to be like? that will sign the fates of a lot of teams as we are on board with Did We Make It? They have a team to their north and to their south. We saw a scan coming out from Imsung as he's continuing to scan behind them. That's why there's a team right behind him. He needs to pop this bat. They need to buy some time, and it looks like he will be able to get it off as he's going to pop that Beast of the Hunt now, ready to fight with that Volt in hand. He swings right, but Bird has taken so much damage. Imsung will answer back, though, and that's going to put a stop to this push as he gets the knock onto Mini. Petty Boss is gone, and there's only one left. Bowser, will he be able to clutch this up? He has about 15 HP. He gets the knock onto Sung, but he gets finished off. And oh boy, that was clutch coming up from Imsung.
Great flank by Sung, just hitting the Beast of the Hunt at the right time. They thought all three players were inside, but Sung swings around towards the right side, flanks, hits so much damage there with, I believe it was the Volt, and then gets challenged and does not miss a single shot there. Just really turning the tides of that fight, and it's really unfortunate for the team that they got because they were the team that took out THT. They were feeling good. Petty Boss's squad was playing really well, but they just didn't account for the Bloodhound over towards the side. And like you were saying, Jamerson, sometimes hitting the scan will give away your position. He didn't scan right there when he had the opportunity to, and that would have gave away the flank. So I really like that play from Sung. But we look at Solafide. They're in position here. They got McCarthy Muffins back up. They're in probably one of the best spots right now, rocking the Dorito, holding multiple buildings over here. They have so much real estate right now. It's going to be tough for teams to push them, but don't want to get too separated here. You can't get too cocky. This is exactly when the zone's closing. This is exactly when all the teams are going to try to take your spot.
Gert still on the struggle bus here. The white mag on the wingman. He does connect with these shots though. Hits for that 67. As it looks like it's going to be a reset coming out from both sides. Garth, though, swinging on in, didn't get the quite proper trajectory he wanted, and so he stopped a little bit short as bubbles are out from both squads. I think the aggressive one was the one that came out later, though. Haculo, oh boy, Zeratricky getting that first knock onto Z Davis. Will they be able to clean this one up? Girth goes down as Zeratricky turns around. Almost cracks one, and there we go. They'll be able to finish that one off, and Zeratricky will survive for now. And they are the ones that control the choke. They can go ahead and fully reset here with the armor swaps as well, and they have plenty of time to really try and decide how they want to approach this one. Of course, it looks like there's really only one option for them to go through the choke. I don't think many teams will want to try and opt for the right-hand side, go through the tunnel, and clear their way through Geyser. We'll see exactly what happens.
What a job by Team Zeratricky, fighting off two teams from the choke, one from behind and then Girth's team trying to make their way back, and Girth gets taken out, so now their team's down to only two people. Zeratricky's most likely going to figure out where these players are located and probably take them out, which is going to give them more resources going into this zone. But THT, unfortunately, is going to have to sit here and watch the two teams that can catch up to them try to take their spot. Team Zeratricky, Solafide are in the running, only 10 points behind. They may be able to make it up into this game and set up one of the best game fives we've seen here at Esports Arena in Series E. You like that, mate? Game 2 winners also in a great position, locking down the high ground and the God Spot house, but they do have to deal with Zeratricky rotating from the side. You have to deal with Solafide also not too far behind you on that east side. And it looks like Zeratricky, with very little time left, is going to elect not to go up towards that house at such a tough angle. And they're going to make their way all the way back towards this west side and wrap to the south.
Yeah, that was the gamble. They had the opportunity to try and go right, but again, having to clear through Geyser can be such a difficult task. On board with Yogo Stomp as he is dead center in the zone there as a solo rat, and it's every other squad full up as a 3 currently. As Yo-Yo, will get thirsted by Rakinishu. Solafide, though, they're trying to control the north-hand side, but the defensive bombardment comes out as Pride has to back away. Muffins, along with Clarify, are inside the building, though, so they are safe for now. And yeah, his economy is so low here. They need to get these kills as we do have the EMP coming on out. It connects. Pride once again with that PK. They've got the bubble down and the knock onto Mercy only. And Zara Tricky not leaving themselves much time at all. They are going to get punished here as Mercy only gets finished off by Strictly. Zara Tricky is the next to go down to Rakanishu. And it looks like Sola Fide, they are happy with that. They want to go ahead and take away some of the bigger competitors right now, some of the bigger rivals in the lobby. As we have another fight going on in the south here, Stenny on the chase. They'll get the knock on to Farmer Lucas as they want to go for more, but they can't drop down. They don't really have the option to get back up either, so this is a full commit for them if they do go down, and Sung will go in for it. They'll be able to finish that off, pick up 2 points, but now they're stuck here on the low ground. They do have the port. We'll get them all the way up. We'll see in just a moment. Matt Pickett, Rakanishu, and Crummy here on the high ground controlling the zip as they do have the Watson, so they can go ahead and put a trap there if they want to and close that one off.
Perfect scenario here for you like that mate, but you do have Solafide getting aggressive onto their house and destroying a lot of these fences. There's the PK. It's going to connect for 66. A flank coming in through the bottom. That's going to be 165. That's set up into the house, so a completely different squad over here, multiple teams within the vicinity, but the Cat's Cradle isn't going to be enough as Klain is going to drop to a double PK there, as Burger Boy is going to drop to Crummy. And you like that mate coming in with the swoop. I like this play, getting aggressive. They heard the shots, they left their spot. They know it's two good teams, and they're going to go use that kill feed to their advantage and press forward.
And they are just controlling the entire zone right now. Each individual member taking a third party of their own, basically, as Rakanishu is controlling the high ground platform. We have the third party going on over to the Sola Fide fight on the northwest. What great map control coming out from them. As now Pride will get finished off. Sola Fide only making it into the top 5 as you like that mate. They might be the only healthy team left in this lobby now, as Rakanishu will be able to top off. He still has that. He's got that PK. He's got the Hemlock now, and they've got plenty of heals. As Kenny will get finished off, and so now we're down to 3 squads remaining here. I think that Gobble just got
alive.
Killed. That was him.
Okay.
That was him. Gobble just got killed. Yeah.
Rest in peace, Gobble. Nice job. Great spot, but it's looking like this is you like that mate with this dangerous high ground, just bullying everyone beneath them. Scanning going to come through, but it's not going to mean much. And rocking this high ground is a fantastic spot to be in. You can just defensive bombardment, bubble down. The only thing that could really stop that would be your own bubble play from down low. So I'm curious to see exactly how these guys are going to go and play this one. But they're all trapped in that little corner, Jamerson, you can see from the picture-in-picture.
Yeah, and the only way up for them is, of course, to use that zip. And they think they might be able to try and get around from the other side. I don't really think that's an option at all whatsoever. They're trying their best to pop whatever they can with the ultimate excels as well, to see if they can try and get maybe a portal here. But this is just a great hold. They just can't overcommit onto this, right? Like, onto the zip. If they all have all 3 on there, you see the defensive bombardment getting ready, tossed out a little bit early here with 3 seconds left to work with as the zone closes. Now they're going to go ahead and jump up top. Bubble out instantly coming out from them. What a great play, as we do have a full 3v3 fight in the last zone. Matt Pickett gets that first knock onto I'm Sung, but they're answering back. And what? Did we make it? They execute perfectly on that plan, build the space, throw down the bubble, and they clutch that one out.
Yeah, the generator was just in the wrong spot there. You could see everybody backed off. They had the plan correct. They come up the zip line. They drop the bubble. They walk through the fences, and somehow, some way, they're able to go and push through that one. I can't believe that you like that mate loses in such a strong position. I'm not sure if they even ever got their defensive bombardment off. I don't think they used all the resources correctly, and they let a team from a disadvantaged position go and take the top there. So just a great job by Did We Make It. I mean, they should not have won that fight. They had maybe a 10% chance of winning, and they had perfect execution to be able to counter exactly the way that these guys played.
Yeah, again, right there, I feel like the margin of error was just so small. Anything went wrong, that would have just been game over for them. But the execution was so crisp, so clean. I felt like maybe you just leave one person for did you like yeah, excuse me. I already forgot the team name. For Matt Pickett's
Did we
team.
make it and you like that, mate?
Yeah, did we if they left one person
like
on the
that, mate, yeah?
platform, two to set up the crossfire there or something. I don't know. But that was such a great play coming out. Honestly, these games have been so exciting. We've got the leaderboard for this last game, so let's go ahead and take a look at that. So did we make it? We'll be able to finish it off in first place, and they pick up 13 kill points, 25 overall for them.
Yeah, big game. And you look at THT overall, what they got 4 kill points and finished in 10th. So Solafide not able to take as much advantage as they wanted to. Zeratricky as well, but now that gap just closes a little bit more, ever so slightly, as we push into this final game number 5. Now you have You Like That Mate in the running. You have Did We Make It in the running as well. Could be anyone's game in here. We have about 5-6 teams that could win this thing. Either way, great job by the teams that made it over towards the end, getting their points to go to their overall leaderboard so they can try to make it off top 5 if they don't make it here today by winning.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see where we're exactly standing. We do have some replays, though, here from game number 4, and this was THT. You know, they had a solid game plan, it looked like. They were playing aggressively, but they were also very controlled, right? They knew when to call for the retreat, go for the reset, not overextend until Petty Boss's squad showed up, until Team Frog showed up there. This was basically the game. This is the play that won. There were 2 plays that won them this game for them. So it started off here. I'm Sung with that lurk that you were talking about, not hitting that Q, not giving away his information and having that flank. This clutched up the fight for them, and they were able to survive and ultimately make it into the late game.
Bowser does his best on the Gibraltar, laying down some serious damage, but does get picked off as he tries to drop down. And you're right, it was 2 game-winning plays from the I'm Sung squad, and Did We Make It? It was that flank right there, and then it was just the cohesiveness over towards the end, able to put together just an impossible charge and make it work. But this was Team Zeratricky, where we thought they were going to start to steamroll this lobby based on the way that they were shooting and holding off 2 really solid teams on both ends of the choke. But they ended up being the team that got held out because they were so late to rotate, and it was by the Rakanishu Pickett squad. So again, when we go and look at this team fight that happened over towards the God House, we didn't know that it was a separate team over here, 165, that was locking down and sharing the house. The problem with this for 165 is it looks like they just didn't have enough presence inside the window, on the roof, etc. You don't want to let people just kind of infiltrate your building for free. Once they start approaching any type of distance, medium, long range, close range especially, you want to try to back these guys off and push them into somebody else so you can get the kills from the safe position. But there was You Like That Mate coming in with the flank, but You Like That Mate not able to hold them off overall. And if they did, they would have racked up some more points. But we look at the scoreboard, Jamerson, and walk us through it. What do you see?
What I see is if You Like That Mate had taken that win with the additional kill points, they would be in second place right now. But taking a look at our top 4, it is so close. THT leading above Solafide by 9 points. Solafide with a 4-point lead over You Like That Mate, and now Zeratricky has been dropped down to the 4th place position. Remember, only one team will secure a partnered spot with one of our 9 partners up top. Let's go ahead and take a look at the cumulative leaderboard over the last 2 weeks, though, as we are counting those also. The top 5 teams on this leaderboard by the end of the 4 weeks will also earn themselves a partnered spot. THT, Zeratricky, You Like That Mate, and Solafide doing things in a big way here after 2 weeks. And, you know, we're seeing teams really rack up the points this week, and so I'm not surprised to see this at all.
No, but look at Solafide. They were over down in 10th spot. Next thing you know, they string together a big win, bump themselves up into a qualifying spot already, and it's just going to be so interesting for these final spots. I think we're starting to see teams start to run away with it. THT really standing out. Zeratricky standing out. We know Solafide as well. Who's going to be those other teams that come and try to take these spots? Will they continue to play as well as they have? One thing's for sure, we're going into one of the best Game 5s, most exciting Game 5s that we've seen so far.
That's right, Tom. We're going to go ahead and take a short break, though. Don't go anywhere, guys, because it's going to be the conclusion of Series E Week 2 qualifiers. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to Series E as we are already off the ship, heading into game number 5 on board here with THT. But it was, did we make it? That ended up taking game number 1. And you know what, Tom? If they were to win tonight, which partner team do you think they would be on?
It's tough to say, really. These guys they have to get the job done, okay? Because they're a little nervous right now. You got to admit it, because they had such a great start to this one, and they did exactly what we were talking about in terms of what they needed to not do. They needed to not fall outside of the top 10. They could have had a very easy walk there, but I'm hungry right now, so I'll say any one of the food partners is what they'll take.
Yeah, you know, if I were one of the partners, I think if I were Rice Krispie treats, I'd pick them up because they snapped, crackled, and popped. Oh, I apologize to nobody for that one. Nobody. I apologize to no one. But already we're getting some early fights, and we're accustomed to early fights here at Series E, as Smooth was able to take out Scissors. And honestly, SDA has been on the bad end of a lot of early fights, and so I like to see some fight coming out from them right now. On board with Solo Fide, though, we have to remember they are in our top 4. A lot of teams there really vying for that first place spot. Solo Fide trying to re-qualify, as they did change up their roster, adding on Clarify. But here's this fight, that 50-50. Who's going to walk away the champions of staging?
I feel like whoever wins this staging fight should just win the tournament automatically. Like,
oh, yeah, I agree, 100%.
This has been an absolute bloodbath, and they just haven't backed down, which I think is so funny because there's so many different spots to land. And this isn't even a really good spot to land. It's new. It's not like it's hot spot. It's just staging. It's 50-50 central. It's like landing Cage over in Kings Canyon, right? And that's exactly what his Wasson and these guys like to do. But can we just take note that Jamerson sets himself up for his own jokes? I just really want to point that out.
all the time. Oh boy, taking a look at this neutral fight though, even though RKN's got this high ground, he's got almost no ammo left, and so he needs to charge forward there. Okay. All right, temporary 2v3. They slowed things down. They're gonna wait for RKN to get up. And now here we go. Zaniles on the left with Naughty, but RKN is forced to use that bubble early. And oh my god, he's getting charged down. There we go, turn around for the flank. But he already got the knock. Blur, is he gonna be able to get out of this for free? It looks like he will. The rest of the squad is here. Keon is up top, but he gets knocked by Naughty with an alternator of all things now. But Blur turns this around, never mind. It's Flowrider. They are the ultimate winners of Series E.
They win Series E just based off of that team fight. No, they're about to get third-partied, and they're probably going to have like 15 points when it's all said and done. Guys, I'm not sure if it's best. If you want to qualify, I suggest splitting the landing spot. You guys should duke it out maybe in a ranked game or in scrims, not in the tournament. But it is fun to watch, so thank you guys for the entertainment. Appreciate the... I don't know the right word. It's not consistency. It's just willingness, I guess, to just do whatever and meet like 2 Rams just butting heads there. So looking at THT and what their fight is on the on the tree side, we haven't seen them make this rotation out. We know that they land sorting, but it looks like they're going towards tree because it has to be pulling here. So they're trying to do what they did in the Geyser game and get some early positioning and bully these guys out. You can see the scan. You can see the mini map on the top left. That is going to be tree. This is one of the best spots in tree. The other one is going to be on the west side. Big thermite from Hill, going to open up damage and give armors.
Yeah, and I love how Hill controls the low ground with this. He can go right back on up, and when he wants to, one final tick on that gives him some information to work with. They do have the Watson generator there, but it does not heal fast at all, as Hill is trying his best. He gets the knock on the fadeaway shot there, but they are so low on HP. He's got the battery to work with. Will they be able to finish this fight out? There we go, hidden for Flesh. They got the knock onto hundreds, and now it's one final member left as they got the quick res up. And they'll be able to survive this for now. As Teenage is brought back into this. We got the Phoenix kit out.
Scan.
So you will be able to heal this up.
Yeah, here comes the scan from both sides. There's also going to be a crypto ENP big risk, possible big reward here for THT. This is a potential game-winning play if they're able to lock this space down. It's going to be DPT trying to add some pressure over here towards the window side too. These buildings and trees so important to get to. If you're able to get this, should secure a top 5 area here. And everybody's starting to make the rotations over here. Holding the high ground seems to be the play for THT. They don't have a Watson, so they're going to have to continually hit scans. Try to use that Gibraltar ADS shield to try to get some sort of opening damage. But Hill clambering up towards the window before that team fight started. Getting the big damage with the Prowler. Switching on over the Mastiff. Exiting the fight with only 20 HP before we hit the battery. Has to be the MVP of that fight. And if they win this, they can look back at Hill saying, thank you for really helping secure this team fight so we can get the dub. But the rest of the guys did put in work as well. And unfortunate for Hundreds and his squad, Stink, the best rat we've seen today, they get taken out early.
Yeah, Hill ends up hitting that that fadeaway, you know, at the buzzer right there. It was massive for them and slows down that fight, especially considering how many teams are in the area. If they didn't finish out that fight any sooner, they would have been jumped on by any number of teams. There's about 4 total already set up and in position over here at trees. You can see 2 up to the top taking the fights. Nice poke coming out from Teen, as it looks like Drago will survive for now. And now they're holding on, but they see the trades. They see the trades. They're instantly going. It's a 2 for 2. Here's the port coming out from Teenage here as they want to punish this as much as possible. You get the port right up onto the door. And now he charges forward. You see 2 knock people right in front of him. 28 onto the purple. Misses a second shot. Tries to slow things down. Only hits for a 70, but he will be able to finish it off with the help of his team. And that's going to be 2 more squads gone. And we are down to half the lobby. Half the lobby.
And this is the best building, Jamerson, here. And they were splitting the building with Solafide, so it's so good for them that they were able to exit that area, leave Solafide, who would have hopped on them at any given point in time, and now they go and take the God spot over towards Tree, which we've seen smart teams do, and that's why there's contention over there. That's why, again, like you were saying, Jamerson, they don't want to have that fight last any longer than it did because of smart heads-up play, just like Teen made. Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest massive shots in the world, but he held his composure and finished these guys off. And you're looking at that portal that he left his... Cue the Jaws music. It's Rakanishu. You like that, mate? Pickett, Crummy coming in with the crouch strategies.
Oh, they might have been heard. They might have been heard. Take a look. They're peeking out the doors right now. No, they don't know quite yet. They're creeping up. It's a full 3-man. They've got the Mastiffs out. They've got the guns out ready for this, but they're detected. It wasn't with the team inside, was it, though?
I'm not sure.
Here's an EMP.
EMP. And that's not a friendly one, so they're going to have to get out of here. Here comes the charge. All players pushing into the bubble. It's going to be E-Boy Ronnie. That's not even inside the team of the house. There's going to be 3 teams involved in this fight. And all right, guys, the Counter-Strike crouching strategies don't work in Apex. It's confirmed.
Oh boy, Solafide now charging out to clean up the rest of this fight. Muffins picks up 1. There we go. Pride onto aim assists Dracos. And they'll be able to get the quick res. So bring him right back on in, get back on inside. And this is massive for them, by the way. Like you mentioned, they don't have the Watson, so they can't passively generate. And so their economy has to be strong. Take a look at that. Muffins has 10 cells. And so that's, by all indications, they have so much healing to work with as... I don't even know what just happened there. I just saw a Bloodhound jumping around, and it's going to be Frog actually win that fight up against Zara Tricky's team.
With 1 HP, Bowser wins the fight and eliminates Zara Tricky. Zara Tricky definitely top 5 in points overall in the standings for the cumulative points, but today they are not going to walk away with the dub. The dreams are going to be broken by Bowser on the Bloodhound and the Frog squad doing it big over towards the Harvester side. It looks like aim assist not OP was able to get out of there. It was mainly E-Boy Ronnie. I don't think they're going to let him get these tags. I highly doubt he's going to be able to get a res. Maybe he has to just try to milk as much placement as possible. And one of the reasons I love our format here is it's not your typical format where you get a certain place and then you're rewarded points. Your points are your actual points that you're seeing on your screen. It's your placement points. It's your kill points. Those are your points. So it's not like you got first place and magically got 1,200 points or something like that. It's your actual real points. Makes it a lot easier to keep track of as a player and as a fan.
Yeah, we saw Solofidia there trying to hunt down E-Boy Ronnie, but he was able to make it out. They do know that he really only has one path to go, and so they're going to hunt down every last point that they can get. Here is we have a lot of time to work with. It's the mid game, and we're down to 7 squads.
7 squads.
Players. They know that's just that's the only solo left here, right? So that's a free point for them. They're gonna try and hunt that one down. They've got the high ground. They're holding over by Sorting Factory, and they should be able to spot them out very shortly.
Big advantage right now has to go over to THT though, because they have the God spot, and you're doing the right play here if you're Solofide by racking up as many kill points as you can on the outskirts. So E-Boy Ronnie gonna have to book it like there's an E-girl underneath that bridge there as he puts the portal down and gets out, but looks like they're distracted on the top side, so Solofide is gonna have to drop right into E-Boy Ronnie. Is he down there still? Looks like he's dead. Pride's gonna pick him up. They're gonna be able to secure the bottom spot of this map, and look at the big portal coming in from Pride. Heads up play, allowing all the people to get out of the defensive bombardment, but Minnie's gonna drop down. Petty's there as well. Bowser comes in with the cleanup, and wow, these guys got their quick boots on, making their way from Harvester all the way over towards Sorting in a matter of seconds.
Oh boy, really overestimating their abilities. And how do you read that? How do you read that team's going to be coming from that side when the lobby is just something that you're not used to seeing, right? Like scrims,
they got too focused on the solo. That's the problem. Is once you have all 3 people shooting down at a solo, another good team's going to come in and think that's an actual team fight. So they may rush in not even knowing that you guys are all full shields and come in with that confidence that they need to go and win that fight. And that's exactly what they did. It ended up being a 2 versus 3 because the portal came down and there was just too much initial damage. So Solofide gets taken out by, again, the Bowser squad that ruined Zeratricky's streams as well. So if you're THT sitting pretty in this building, you're loving what you're watching right now on the top right of your screen as you continue to lock down this power position. And I feel like this is what they should have been doing in game number 3 and 4, Jamerson, after dropping the big 2 games, is get into these good spots, lock it down, and let these other players make mistakes. You don't have to drop 30-point games. You just need to avoid the 2 to 3 point games like they had previously. And they're looking good right now. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to contest them for that number 1 spot based on the kills that they have and the positioning that they have. If they die here early, yes, but as long as they get top 5 and maybe a couple more kills, I think that's it.
Yeah, they're very close to clutching it up, but of course, we're going to let our mods do that, not doing any more math on stream. Right now, like you said earlier on, they're in the God spot. This is the position you want to be in. And with the lobby as low as it is, there's very few teams that can contest them. Every team has to fight on the edge, and so the lobby is going to naturally thin itself out without them having to do anything else. They just need to hold down the spot, bully anyone away. It's a free bully for them as well. They shouldn't be getting poked away at from another team because everyone is involved in these fights on the edges.
Yeah, and typically in this circle with Tree, you're looking at 12, 13, 14 teams on this zone. So we're only at 6, and that means that there's so much area to roam around that you don't want to try to leave your spot here, right? If you try to get cocky and try to take a team fight, that's when another one of these teams is going to go and strike. But you're normally seeing fences underneath the tree, another team splitting beneath that area, multiple teams sitting in the house over towards the right. Sometimes teams are literally in the back of your building where THT is right now, just holding the outside. I remember playing against TSM numerous times and getting to this building first, and that was their strategy, is they would port behind you into this building and just lock down that area because it's just as safe, and you can't really fight them because you're risking it for both teams. You just have to try to rotate with them. That's the type of pressure that they add to you. But THT just sitting in such a good spot. They have to just, again, remain patient, allow this to unfold in front of them, and realize that they've been gifted a lot of points by Bowser and his squad based on the team fights that happen. If Team Zeratricky was able to win that team fight, maybe it was Team Zeratricky that takes down Solofide, and we know that they're just as close to the points in striking distance to go and take spot.
So at this point, THT, how do they clutch this out? It's 5 squads left. And if they do ultimately win it, Tom, I got to ask once again, which partner team do you think they'll be a part of?
Is this a snap, crackle, pop joke?
No, I already used that one.
Are you setting me up for? Okay, can't use the same joke twice. It's tough, right? I'm gonna say Pringles because they're popping off.
Once you pop, you can't stop. Thank you, Tom. All right. Things are going to slow down here because, yeah, like you said, typically around here, there's at least 12, 13 squads remaining. And so now a lot of teams, they're just not going to push. And so we're seeing THT taking stock of everything that they've got. And I think they have to make a decision here. They might have to make a move shortly, because take a look at the pull of the ring. This is what I'm not used to seeing. So there's a high chance, very, very high chance it pulls over to the east of them. And so while initially this spot was good, by the next ring, I think the indication says that it's not going to be any good, as Hill is doing a great job. You mentioned right behind this building is also another great spot for teams to hold, and he's keeping an eye on that. Luckily, of course, we've got X-Ray, and we see a team right below.
As predicted, right? That's a good spot to be. It's one of those areas where you're trying to find a spot when you're rotating from the thermal side and you come from that high ground bully position. You can just rotate right behind here and just wreak havoc on this team in the building, and sometimes either win a fight or at least cause enough commotion where a third party comes in and ruins that moment for them. But this is where they got to stay disciplined. Can they win this fight? If they win this fight, is it going to be enough points for them to go and take first place here and then qualify for Series E? But they get the pull, Jamerson. The zone goes right towards the house. This is why we call this the God spot, and that's why you see two teams splitting it. They're going to be able to hold everybody out here.
Yeah, so you see at least one squad there being trained on by Hill. He's even going to go ahead and toss out the defensive bombardment, as he has another squad on the right. I'm surprised he didn't actually see them there. He's got to be careful. Again, it's his job. Hill. That's so tragic. Leaf, by the way, I don't know why this place is called Tree. Leaf is blocking his entire defensive bombardment. All right, now Hill. Again, having to hold it down on the right-hand side as Bowser finds a knock onto Stooney. There we go. They clean him up. They are picking up so many kills right now. Team Frog coming up huge now. Petty Boss, Mini, and Bowser. They're doing so much work. I don't remember exactly where they are in the standings, but with how many kill points they've got, is there a chance that they could take first?
I don't know, but they're charging head on into this building like a bunch of thirsty zombies just smelling blood over here, as Hill's wondering if anyone's going to come and try to help him here, as 3 players making their way in, and has to bubble, doesn't have the defensive bombardment, probably wishes that he did. And great strategy here to throw the bubble down, a couple grenades, and force the teams on the outside to fight each other. You have the team in the back, you have another team probably playing over towards the high ground, so advantage on over to THT. But you see Petty Boss with a double knock over here, knocks on both sides. This is the opportunity. They're going to push in now, and THT could win this.
Yeah, they see the trade. They know exactly how to end this one out. Hill gets knocked, though. Petty Boss, once again, left by himself, but THT will clutch it all out. But is it enough? It should be. But before I make that final call, I'm going to allow our admins to go ahead and clear that all up. But THT, they stumbled. They struggled a little bit, but they maintained that lead the entire time, and they closed it out strong.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that a team's going to be able to take over first place when you're in first in that game and already in first in the standings, unless someone just got a ridiculous amount of kills. I don't think that they're going to be able to have 10 more, 15 more kills than THT had. Like you said, we'll leave it up to the admins before we get the official tally. But congratulations to THT. What a start and what a finish. We saw other teams come in. We saw Bowser's team looking really strong over towards the end. We saw Zeratricky's team continuing to look as good as they did in week number 1. And then Solafide, slow start, coming back, winning game number 3, putting up a lot of points, but unfortunately getting too focused on that solo and realizing that they need to rack up a lot of points. And I think there was only 7 squads left at the time. So they were really desperate to try to get on that kill feed, try to get some more points so they could catch up to THT. And that's because of how hot THT came out in the start.
Yeah, and speaking of points, let's go ahead and take a look exactly where we're standing. And oh man, Frog, they were treating this like this was a kill race. I haven't seen one of those in a while, but take a look at that, picking up 15 kills. It felt like they were just getting so many more, right? It was just team after team. But ultimately, though, THT, they end up getting 7 points off of kill points and then a plus 12 off of placement. So I don't think Frog did quite enough. Again, gonna let our mods or our admins go ahead and clear all that up for us. But good effort coming up from Frog. It just, came a little bit late for them. I feel like maybe if they were right, Did We Make It? If they had won that fight up against Did We Make It in game number 4, there might have been a more compelling argument to say that Frog could have won this. But hey, ifs and buts, lots of questions here. Again, this is still a marathon, right? We have cumulative points, and 5 teams will be partnered with one of our Series E partners at the end of our Week 4 qualifiers based on their points alone. And so a performance like this is still very good, and you can walk away happy with it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Getting those points is extremely important for your overall standings, but not just that, for your team's confidence, right? Coming through and saying like, hey, we can pull off a 15 kill, 20 kill game and still being extremely close to winning it. Maybe 1 or 2 massive shots over towards the end and they could have walked away victorious there. And again, it's about the long haul. Like you said, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. You got to continue to build this chemistry as a team. This is a new squad coming through and here having a great performance towards the tail end is going to do wonders for them as they go and practice and get ready for next week.
And we were talking in the last match, right? I'm Sung and Did We Make It, having clutch moments after clutch moments. This was also another one of those games where it was clutch moments after clutch moments. Hill with some great massive shots here, closing it all out, getting this knock as he falls back, really allows them to reset for this fight for the eventual third party, and then followed up by Teenage making this call out. Well, I don't know who made the call. I'm just going to say it was the Wraith because he portals up for it to gain control of this building where ultimately this game ends. And so it was just a lot of great decisions, great clutch moments coming out from every member of THT here in game number 5 to close it all out.
Yeah, and then this is the crouching tiger, Phelan dragon strategy over here by You Like That Mate as they tried to make their way over towards the building. And I don't think I've ever seen that one before in Apex. All 3 players kind of just making their way over there. And that was the portal play by, again, Hill and THT. Those guys had to take that spot, Jamerson. There's no way you want to sit over here and have to deal with all this action like Solifide had to deal with. And when you go and make a play like that, it's extremely risky, but the reward is very high. And that's what we saw happen from THT. They understand the scenario. They can't play it super safe anymore, just like they did over towards Sorting Factory. It's time for them to make the plays. There's a reason they're sitting in the number 1 spot. Is because they've been executing on a high level. Let's go ahead and do those plays. Let's make those game-winning decisions and see how it pays off. Ended off paying huge dividends, and now they qualify for Series E.
Yeah, massive, massive plays coming out from them. Again, like we said, stumbled a little bit there. Game number 3, game number 4. Not the best for them, but starting off really strong, continuing to hold that lead, getting a smattering points here or there. We also have to give a shout out, of course, to TSS and RKN's team, right? They put on a show. They put on a show for us indeed.
Flow Rider.
It was typically a slower part of the game, but yeah, coming right back around full circle once again, taking a look at the highlights from game number 5. It was THT to win it all out, and what a great way to do it.
It's so important that Hill wins this fight. Otherwise, THT may not even win this thing this week. The fact that, again, he hits this fadeaway right here, right at the perfect time, and you see Team go in and take so much damage. They both escape with only a sliver of health, and it's such a difficult building to infiltrate because of the fact that you can get third-partied so fast. It was Solifide waiting in the gates to go and get that one. Not only that, they had to deal with adversity where they had to make this portal play. They had multiple teams come and charge their building over towards the outside. They still executed it. And what a way to go, right? Not getting second or third place to secure your way into Series E, coming out on a dub, just the way you started this thing, has to feel good. And there it is, 77 points. But the big game by Frog we'll put them in second as well.
Big game by Frog, big games by Sola Fide as well. Remember, while THT will be your second qualified team here for Series E, will be partnered with one of our 9 partners up top and representing them throughout the regular season. It's also a marathon. You want to try and accrue as many points as possible if you don't qualify by winning our qualifying tournaments. Let's go ahead and take a look at the cumulative. We can go ahead and throw out THT. You guys already qualified. Get out of there. It's we're looking at Zero Tricky, You Like That Mate, Frog, Sola Fide, and BFF. Those are our top 5 teams right now who are getting closer and closer. 2 more weeks to go ahead and secure your spots for them. But take a look. Honestly, any number of these teams, if they have a good week, I could see them easily in the top 5.
No doubt about it. And a lot of these teams have been on former organizations, former pro players, still pro players, just not on organizations, trying to make their way, get signed, be on one of these teams here, and then be part of something that is going to be extremely competitive and fun. So not only can they grow as a team, but they can grow as an organization, go and try to, again, apply what they're learning here into the ALGS as well. So just a great overall system that we have here at Series E. But congratulations to THT. You no longer have to be a part of these overall points. You've already stamped your ticket in. And I wonder next if it could be Zero Tricky because of the fact that they've looked so good back-to-back weeks.
All right, so are you going to stick with your original I guess, assignment there? THT is going to be Team Pringles?
I'm going for Team Pringles.
All right, I like it. I like it. What about Zero Tricky's team? Team Zero Tricky. What would they be? I feel like I want to.
It could be a Team Razor. I don't know.
Team Razor, yeah.
Maybe a Team Intel.
They could be sharp. Yeah, I like that. All right. Well, anyways, thank you again to all of our Series E partners. Thank you to everyone at home for watching these games. And we also want to give a huge shout out to EA for partnering with us, helping us put this all on. And so thank you for honestly everyone involved for really supporting the tier 2 scene, supporting the semi-pro scene. We're so glad that we're able to do this. Remember, the teams that do qualify, like we said, are going to be partnered with our 9 partners, but they'll also be receiving a salary over the course of a 3-month season. They'll be working with brands. They'll be able to grow their own brands and learning a lot of stuff. And so I think this is an important step for a lot of these players, especially some who might not have that same kind of experience.
Yeah, thanks everyone tuning in. Thanks everybody that watched. Thanks to all the players and fans, organizations. Thanks to all our partners. Again, special thanks to EA. Special thanks to the broadcast crew behind the scenes. And to you, Jamerson, for always holding it down, man.
Yeah, I love you too, Tom. Well, you didn't say it, but I'm just assuming. Anyhow, love you, everybody at home as well. Thank you all for watching. That's going to be it for us, but we're going to be here back on the same channel, same time next week for week 3 of the Series E qualifiers. Make sure you don't miss out. So you're following all of our social media stuff. That's going to be at Esports Arena across Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. That's going to go ahead and do it for us. We'll see you guys next week, and have a good night.